2022. That is PERDANA University Conference 2022. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome you all to this conference. I have with me Dr. Mohammed Farooq Abdullah, the Vice Chancellor of PERDANA University, to deliver his welcome address shortly. I also thank our collaborative partner, ECPD from Belgrade. Before I begin, I wish to inform few regulatory information about this conference. This conference is happening virtually now, and we expect complete decorum and professionalism from our participants. All of you are requested to mute your microphone while welcome address, keynote address, and plenary sessions are happening. This is to give respect and space for our speakers to deliver without any interruptions. After the morning session is over, that is after 11:15 a.m., you all can log into your preferred track and observe the research presentations. We believe that you have the program schedule with you. If not, please log on to our website, that is perdanauniversity.edu.my/PU Conference 2022. It is being typed in the chat box now. I again repeat, the program schedule is available at our portal perdanauniversity.edu.my/PU Conference 2022. You can take it from the website as well. Without taking further time, I would request our Vice Chancellor to deliver his welcome address. He was the key person who promoted the idea for having this event. We are honored to have him with us to welcome you all officially on behalf of PERDANA University. Thank
you. Thank you, Prof. Wali, for the kind introduction. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all esteemed guests, delegates, presenters, and distinguished speakers. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the PERDANA University Conference PUC 2022. A special mention and welcome to members of the European Centre for Peace and Development, ECPD, United Nations, who honor us as collaborating partner at this conference. PERDANA University was established in 2011 as a public-private partnership project under the auspices of the Public-Private Partnership Unit in the Prime Minister's Department. With a focus on providing quality education in medicine and health sciences, PERDANA University has made significant strides and innovative transformations in education, research, and service since its inception. Today, we offer programs such as medicine, occupational therapy, bioinformatics, data sciences, psychology, business, and education at all levels from foundation to PhD. Research is amongst our priority area of focus in promoting academic excellence here at PERDANA University. PUC 2022 follows on the success of the PERDANA International Conference PIC 2021 last year, where well over 30 original research works were presented and discussed. Conferences today, ladies and gentlemen, are not merely platforms to present papers. They are also forums to showcase new cutting-edge work and serve as a bridge between researchers and policymakers. The theme for PUC 2022 is Unlocking Resilience, a theme that affirms the needs of the hour. Throughout this conference, the conference tracks will review critical issues and identify strategies in crisis resolution. In this era of ongoing wars, spreading diseases, rocketing inflation, and shrinking job markets, there's a need to build resilience. And indeed, not just building resilience, but unlocking resilience. We have invited research pertaining to this and received an overwhelming response. The scientific committee had the unenviable task of selecting the best 20 papers for presentation, discussion, and deliberation at this PUC 2022. My congratulations to all selected presenters. We have prioritized papers related to the three conference tracks of health, management, and education. The single morning session will be followed by three separate tracks in the afternoon. PUC 2022 is indeed an international event with a wealth of diverse research presentations from different parts of the world, including Egypt, Ghana, Canada, Bangladesh, and the United Kingdom. To reap the full benefit of this, PERDANA University Management has sponsored the participation of all PERDANA University students and staff at this conference. The organizing committee has also secured CPD points for the benefit of medical practitioners who attend the full event. Some of the unique highlights and features of today's conference include a student forum where our students will be discussing the myths, misconceptions of human organ donation, a special lecture on colorectal cancer research, and a workshop on constructing references in a thesis and dissertation. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome and expression of gratitude to our plenary and invited speakers, Professor Dr. Kian Aun Lau from the University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Professor Dr. James Koh Kwee Choi from International Medical University, and Emeritus Professor Dr. Cheong Soon Keng from University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Thank you also to our session chairs, Dr. Lee, Dr. Abadan Jasmine, Professor Karen Morgan, Dr. Asnida, Prof. Raghu, and Prof. Nathan. The seminars and intellectual discourse during this conference will no doubt assist the education industry in planning and executing future programs. I wish all delegates who have invested their time and energy in this conference a fruitful and stimulating discourse. Perdana University looks forward to the ideas and conferences and suggestions from this conference. I would also like to congratulate the PUC2022 Organizing Committee, chaired jointly by Prof. Valliyappan as well as Professor Dr. Sri Raman, and all who have contributed in making this conference a success. Well done. With the words Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the Perdana University Conference 2022 officially open. Thank you. I would now like to proceed with welcoming my friend and colleague, Professor Liana Markovic, who will be delivering the keynote address. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chancellor.
Prof. Liana is the Special Advisor to the Executive Director of ECPD, which is the European Center for Peace and Development, established by the United Nations University for Peace in Belgrade. She's one of the most prominent Japanese studies scholar, and a full professor at ECPD. She has recently been awarded the Order of the Rising Sun, Golden Rays with a Rosette for 2022. During her decades-long career, she has made an immeasurable contribution to the development of Japanese studies as an academic discipline, as well as to the development and improvement of study programs aimed at the study of the Japanese language, literature, and culture at the Faculty of Theology, University of Belgrade. She is also a visiting professor at Toho University, Osaka University, and the Gabriel de Annunzio University. We are pleased to have her as our keynote speaker today at the Perdana University Conference 2022. It is my pleasure to welcome Prof. Markovic to deliver her keynote address, A New Era of Education for Sustainable Development. Prof. Liana, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. I'm really delighted to say good morning to all of you, highly esteemed colleagues, and a warm welcome from the European Center for Peace and Development of the United Nations University for Peace. I'm going to ask you only one technical question. How am I going to share my screen from here or the slides that I have sent you?
Prof. Liana, you can share your slides from there,
okay.
From your end.
All right. Okay, I will try to do so now. Yes, I will share the screen. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So let me say a few words. I'm really delighted at our cooperation with Perdana University. The University for Peace, established by the United Nations, is particularly proud to be able to take part in this wonderful conference and to continue developing our wonderful and multifaceted cooperation. I have chosen this topic today because, as the Vice Chancellor said, we have to unlock our resilience and we have to build our resilience in a day and age which poses and every day a new challenge in front of us. However, we can do that mostly by building up education, which will help us achieve sustainable development and keep going on the path of sustainable development, and thereby, by a double axe in our hands with education and sustainable development, build the awareness in our young populations, especially, of the need to be resilient, to be able to answer each and every challenge posed ahead of us. The contents of my talk today will be as follows. I will say a few words on the meaning of sustainable development, and of course, on the way we can actually build ourselves to educate in this new era, which is new in many unrepeatable aspects. Nothing has ever been the way it is now, and moreover, for the future, in which education will have effect, nothing will be the same as it is today. So we also have to be adaptable. We have to adapt ourselves very quickly to the new challenges, and that means we have to become resilient and rapidly resilient, if I may add. So, what is the sustainable development paradigm? Well, since the newcomers, so-called newcomers, started modernizing in the 19th century, this era of sustainable development has actually begun, even though we did not recognize it in the beginning as sustainable. We only spoke in economics about growth and about development. But actually, in this part of the world that we are looking at, which is the Euro-Asian continental plate, what happened in the very far corner of Asia, in Japan, was the opening up of the country in 1868. And with that, the beginning of a very mighty and multidisciplinary, multifaceted development. This modernization that ensued in the decades after 1868 gave Japan the hitherto unforeseen speed of growth and, of course, also of development. So this is now more than 150 years ago. But we still have to look at the beginnings of this growth model in order to understand its success. 10 years later, in 1878, growth, modernization, westernization, and development began in Serbia. Serbia is our country where the headquarters of the European Center for Peace and Development are located. Serbia is our host country. And from Serbia, we deliver our lectures, we deliver our activities. So let us see how this country developed when it started as a latecomer. Well, these newcomers to the scene of modernization, or in fact, latecomers in the very sense of the term, were trying to develop, trying to borrow the state-of-the-art knowledge and technologies from the most developed countries of that time. And those were England and France. England and France are the only originally highly developed countries which made use of the benefits of scientific revolution and the industrial revolution in order to build up the strengths and the modernity of their economies. So if we look at the model developed by Japan and very similarly emulated 10 years later in Serbia, we can see the model of import substitution and also of development of light industries first, and then later on heavy industries. This development gave a possibility of employment of large number of workers to work in the newly founded industries. But this was possible because there was an enormous pool of labor underemployed in the agricultural sector. So in the initial phases of modernization and industrialization, both Japan and Serbia had no problems of labor shortage because the labor was easily transferred from agriculture to industry. They could also count, both countries, on female labor and also on child labor. However, the development in the long run requested a mass-scale education so that the labor force as such would become literate and educated in order to work better, in order to be able to be the real vehicle of modernization. And there we see the role of education in achieving development. Well, we have to ask ourselves first, can there be at all development without education? Well, the answer is, in the long run, definitely not, because the whole idea of development is catching up with wherever in the world there is the state-of-the-art technology or science that can be turned into technology for production of goods and services. In order to catch that state-of-the-art technology and to translate it into domestic growth, into import substitution and domestic production of all needs, of selecting a sector which would be export-oriented and successful in the global market, we need to have highly educated, highly capable human resources. So the experience of those countries that have been successfully developing and sustainably developing over a century and a half since the coming of the newcomers or latecomers, as you like, to the scene of development began, we can see that education was crucial in all of these countries. The universal education, free of charge, at the basic level, which meant writing, reading, and arithmetics, was developed in Japan in the 1890s, and likewise in Serbia. And what is most important is to note that in Japan, this new education, defined by the imperial rescript on education, was in fact open also to girls. So it was boys and girls being educated together in primary schools. And the same case was in Serbia. So literate and arithmetically literate workforce was being created, and everything was happening very fast because from the beginning of the first grade, there is only 12 years, a 12 years gap between receiving a well-educated, at that time, of course, and at each time nowadays as well, basic labor force. So why is this so important? As I said, if we can come to those most important elements of knowledge and production techniques from the most developed countries of the day, we need to form the transmission mechanism that links the modernizing sector, which comes in with new technologies, new ideas on development, and a new view of the world, a new social order, to the traditional one, a successful link between the modernizing sector coming in from behind, from besides, the national borders and the traditional sector that already exists, already produces, already meets the needs of the population is crucial. And this successful and automatic link between the modernizing sector and the traditional one goes through the educated labor force. And we also have to realize that the most significant and the most long-term form of investment in a society and in an economy is actually education. If a society invests in education, it will create the spiral going up, the above going spiral, the positive spiral of growth. Without good investment in education, all other forms of investment will be practically useless because they will not be able to create linkages. And linkages are what matters for the next year, for the next cycle, for the medium and long run. So we have to look at education, especially in the modernizing countries, as the most significant form of investment, and also the one that gives most permanent return on the investment. Because, like we often say, that universities are made up of professors. So the national economy is made up of educated labor in a successful march towards modernity and quick assimilation into the global economy and into the values that come with good development and fast development. And this morning's host is Malaysia, is PERDANA University, which is an excellent example of fast and successful development. One of the very, very rare countries, if not the only one, that develops at a fast pace of 8.92% per annum at this difficult moment in the global economy. Why is education so important? Well, because as you can see in this slide, this was actually the picture of our doctoral workshop performed at the university in 2018 with the help of the European Association for Japanese Studies. And we had here the professors in the front row sitting and the doctoral students from all over the world coming on an European Association for Japanese Studies scholarship. As you can see here, symbolically, the four of us old professors have been mentoring all these young doctors of science who are in the finishing phases of their doctoral dissertations. So you can see here how powerful the linkage effects between our knowledge, the four old of us, and all these young people are. These young people have gone throughout the world and developed in their universities further topics that we discussed and which they prepared for in the doctoral studies workshop. We were very proud to host this workshop because this is a clear investment into the future. This is the most important kind of investment of time and, of course, other resources to create very quickly the new capable human resources. Capable of what? Capable of development. And, of course, we need to understand that time is the only truly non-replenishable resource, because the time can never be brought back. The time can never be squeezed or stretched. It is there for us to understand that within this time, which is precious and non-replenishable, we have to create new human resources capable of carrying on the task of development. So how do we answer this challenge? How do we prepare the new generations of students to help the development of our country and of our world? Well, we actually decided that it was now, after the COVID pandemic, more than ever before in educational history, the application of the autonomous learning paradigm to higher academic education, and of course later on to other levels of education as well. What does autonomous learning paradigm mean? Well, it is a bridge between the elite education that has always existed since the times of Aristotle in the West, in Greece, and of course, Confucius, Mencius, and other thinkers in the East. We had mass education, but this mass education needed for the development of the high-quality workforce, adaptable, amiable to change, and capable of assimilating new knowledge, workforce was in fact massively educated. But the autonomous learner paradigm enabled us, with the help of new technologies, to stretch, to broaden the elite education of enormously high quality and critical stand, to educating the masses, the whole generation, for each generation in every of our countries of the global community. Education has often been described as a panopticon phenomenon. This is a panopticon. This is not a very nice example of a panopticon, perhaps, because this is a prison situation. In the center of the panopticon, you always have the controlling agent. Here, they're the guards, and the guards are observing all cells in which the inmates are. However, in education, until the learner autonomy paradigm, in the center of the educational phenomenon, educational panopticon, we had the professors, the teachers, the teaching agent here in the middle, disseminating light of knowledge all over the periphery of the panopticon. So we had the center with professors who commanded knowledge and who used it in a monopoly way and just disseminated it in the right, in quote, quantities to the students who were all around the periphery here. However, this model changes completely, changes 180 degrees in the learner autonomy paradigm. Why? Well, because the learner autonomy paradigm starts with the student in the center of the panopticon of learning. So the student is here, and the professors, the knowledge, everything the humankind has produced so far is on the periphery of this panopticon. And the teacher, the professor, has the function of the enhancer, of the enabler, of that agent who helps the student who is in the center to choose the right sequence of learning, the right sequence of literature to be read and consulted, the right sequence of sources, so that no time is wasted in looking at a myriad of wealth of knowledge that is all around us now on the web. This is now the different role. The student is here. The student tailors to his needs what he would like to read, what he would like to know in order to be an efficient worker in his career. And we as professors are there just to guide him, just to enable him or her, just to encourage them, just to direction them and position their search for knowledge in the right direction, which is also the efficient direction in the sense that they don't use time wastefully looking for the resources. We are there to tell them where to look, what to find, and how to understand it, but only to help them choose, only to help them make their choices, because the autonomous learner paradigm rests on the premise that every learner knows what is best for their career plan, for their learning plan. They know why they have to study and what they have to study in order to achieve their success in life, which is also shared by the success of their society, their university, the economy of their country, and the world global welfare scene. So, for example, this periphery, this web, the World Web, has, if you look at, for example, Japanese culture, 1,472 articles and growing. So if you are the student, you don't know where to start. There is this enormous wealth, this enormous choice, but how to approach it, where to start reading? Well, we as professors are there to tell you where to start, what to read as compulsory literature and in what order, and then to consult with us, then to discuss with us, then to check with us by talking to us, which can all be done online, whether these articles are the right ones or whether there is something else to be read first. So, in short, the Panopticon is actually what enabled the new technologies to be our greatest ally in transferring the elite education to the mass education. Because the elite education of the past, let me just revert to the Panopticon and explain. If you had one teacher in the elite education scene and one student in the periphery of the Panopticon, then the situation was ideal. But that was a very rare privilege of the princes, of the crowned heads, of a few students, a few learners who could benefit from having their personal tutor. Now we changed this paradigm into teaching in this personalized way, the personalized contents on a mass scale to everyone who wants to learn. And the monopoly over knowledge has been abolished. And the monopoly over the sources of knowledge, which was often held by professors in their study rooms, in their cabinets with many precious and rare books, has now become the widely available resource open to the inquisitive students hungry for knowledge. Well, this has been possible with the World Web, with the advance of the speed of internet and digital technologies, open access repositories, and the birth of the new pedagogy and didactics. And finally, we have, in fact, the metaverse resource as the newest member of this family of resources. The metaverse university is so attractive, opens such possibilities, that it has already met some restrictions in some more autocratic educational environments. Because with the metaverse university, the speed of disseminating knowledge to the students, of their cognition of this knowledge, of their individual and autonomous work has been mightily increased. Well, these technologies are now a familiar part of every learner's and student's environment. They can use the Kindle, they can use even mobile phones, they can use the PCs, and they can access whatever resource we ask them to read first. And later on, they can also develop their own taste for resources. They develop their own sense of choosing the right reading at the right time, which would give most efficient results. Well, if we look at the Metaverse University, which I mentioned, it was the University of Stanford, but also followed by many other universities, that allow students to learn about virtual reality while fully immersed in the virtual reality environments. This innovative classroom experience lets students directly experience the wide-ranging possibilities of virtual reality as a cutting-edge medium. And it can also give a very strong impetus to students to understand that by this alchemic process of cognition within their own organisms, within their own bodies, they become a living structure of this new metaverse university. And please have a look just at this web, but also at many others. And mighty progress is made in this area now in the world, not only by top universities in the highly developed, most developed countries, but also all over the world in the universities, in those countries which are eager to develop fast and to use their teaching resources and learning resources and primarily their own time in a very, very efficient way. So we must understand that our technological possibilities are developing very fast and that they are there to aid us, to assist us. They are not our enemy. I don't see that the robot teachers will replace us, human teachers, anytime soon, even though that was one of the ideas of developers of humanoid robots, because the robot works 365 days per year, 7 days a week, and 24 hours per day. Does not go on holiday, does not go on sick leave, does not need food, and does not need to sleep or rest. Even so, I can see the Metaverse University becoming more and more interesting and dominant, but I don't see that the actual robots will replace us as human facilitators to students. We are still superior in that respect. However, the pedagogical concept, the learning and teaching paradigm of learner autonomy are very important, because any technology can be built, as we have shown, to facilitate the teaching and the learning process. But the basic principle is very, very important. And this will reflect on the context of formal education as a basis for learner autonomy is taking responsibility on the part of the student for his or her own knowledge. So we put the responsibility of the student in the center of our paradigm and our panopticon. Why is this important? Well, because it gives motivation, a very mighty motivation to the student. If they are studying what they want to study, and understanding that they need this knowledge for the realization of their dreams, then the students will take responsibility, an active responsibility for their own knowledge and for their own gaining of that knowledge that is learning. Development of that autonomy for a learner depends on the presence of that sense of responsibility and in perpetual endeavor to understand the matter, how and why it's being taught and to what degree of success. The effect of the learner autonomy represents absence of barriers so that individual learner can rise above the formal learning process and its general surroundings. It is often said that our formal educational process is designed to cater for the medium ability student, and therefore there are many barriers given to those ambitious and capable learners, to the top 5% of our learning student body. In autonomous learner, we actually overcome that by this tailored system to the needs of every individual student. We can judge the progress. It is our responsibility to control the speed of actual learning process. Some students can learn much faster and can learn for many, many, many more things, but some students have to be aided more in order to achieve that same aim. What is the origin of the autonomy, learning autonomy term? Well, in the modern times, it is the work of Henri Olek, a great French philosopher and pedagogist. He wrote in 1979 the example of learner autonomy in the case of teaching adults, not only those who are 18 years old and 19 years old and entering the first year of university, but adults in their later lifelong learning and their later education, which is, of course, an imperative in the modern day and age. As his starting point, Henri Olek argued that the aim of education of an adult learner should serve as a preparation for partaking actively in democratic processes, because a well-educated person is a real participant in the democratic processes. But not only the person who has been lectured at by a professor in the old panopticon model, but reversely, the student who has been in the center of this panopticon, taking the elements of learning as suggested by the teacher, but freely and critically consulting them and thinking about them and arguing about them, discussing them with the teacher. So what does Henri Olek actually say? He says the role of education is to be an instrument for awareness and freedom of a person, because knowledge is freedom. And in some cases, an instrument for changing the environment. And of course, we need all of these very, very urgently in today's world. Henri Olek suggested that the autonomy of learning is actually a start of shifting from the idea of a person as a product of his or her own society, day and age, towards the idea of a person as a creator of his or her society in his and her day and age. To create the society we need to have this power of critical thinking and the ability of learning what we need, the way we need it, and at the time in our lives when we need it. And more modern technologies require lifelong learning for everyone, for every profession, because The rapid change of technological process and the rapid change of the production scene requires that capability in all of us. Well, a learner autonomy is a part of education philosophy in Europe, but during the last several decades, more and more national and regional curricula have been dedicated to development of critical thinking, independent student, and autonomous learner. Autonomous learner as defined by the Common European Framework of Reference, European Language Passport, and European Language Portfolio, which are all the tools on the internet available to the teachers as well as to the learners free of charge. Successful learners, says Professor David Little, are autonomous learners. In the context of formal education, the most successful learners are autonomous, as explained by David Little in the following way. Those are, firstly, the ones who take responsibility for their own learning. Those learners who reflect upon what, why, and with what level of success are they studying. And thirdly, the ones whose studying is completely integrated within their personalities. So here we come to the notion of cognition as being the process of integrating the person of the learner with those aims of learning and those items of learning, the knowledge that the learner is learning, and assimilating it integratedly with their own personality. So, for example, the knowledge of a language becomes an integral part of an entire personality of the learner, or the knowledge of mathematics or anything else. That means the learner, as an autonomous learner, accepts fully the knowledge that he or she are gaining. In other words, David Little argues and theoretically and practically proves that successful learners are always, as well as researchers, learner autonomy adherents, or students adopting the learner autonomy process. This is because we cannot teach anyone against their will and without their participation and without their willingness to learn anything. Learner autonomy, however, has a very, very long tradition in the East Asian traditions of thought. The first who codified this very ancient trait of Taoists was in the Middle Ages, in the 12th century, Zhu Xi. He was the philosopher of the Sung dynasty in China. And this is what he wrote in the 12th century. If you have any doubts, think it out for yourself. Think it out. This is crucial. You have to think about what you're learning. You have to think it out for yourself, to adapt it to your stock of previous knowledge and your networks in your knowledge system. And after you have thought it out for yourself, you will not rely, do not rely on others for explanation. Arrive to the explanation and adaptation to your existing stock of knowledge by your own deliberations, by thinking about it, by actively participating in the process of cognition within yourself as a student. And he says, if there weren't anyone to ask, would that mean that you should stop learning? If you could get rid of the habit of relying upon others, you could advance in the learning process on your own. And this is the credo of autonomous learning in the 12th century by this wonderful philosopher, Zhu Xi, who is known as the father of Neo-Confucianism, who was a very, very modern, as we now judge it, teacher of his students without internet, who were not so numerous, but numerous enough to keep the torch alight. So I will give an example, a very brief one, of the Oriental Studies Department for Japanese Language, Literature, and Culture as an example of blended learning. What does that mean? That means that we have assumed this paradigm of learner autonomy, taught online, used the Moodle resources to keep the students well supplied with web sources and internet sources, but that at the same time, we met them in the classroom as much as the COVID situation allowed. There were times when we taught entirely online, directing them by Moodle groups to online resources, checked their reading, discussed with them, had them write essays and quick tests to keep this directioning efficient. But there were also times where we could meet them in smaller groups in classrooms and talk face to face. So how do we conduct a blended learning class? That means the class using a Moodle platform for the resources, for the tasks, and for the directions, as well as for actual teaching, combining it with face-to-face consultations wherever possible. All the data are protected by access password, so that students can log in with unique credentials, username and password, and nobody can meddle with their progress or their privacy. What we monitor on the Moodle platforms, however, is their time spent on the course in the Moodle group for that subject. Now, this is a bit perhaps sneaky, because we know how much time each student has spent learning, consulting our resources, and it can always be a double-edged tool, because some students can spend hours in order to achieve the same goal as those students who are faster autonomous learners. And we also can monitor the frequency of access to the shared materials by the students. And we can also see their points for attendance, for our lectures, for submitted tasks, tests, examinations, etc. But they are only available personally to each student, and to each student individually only, in order to create an atmosphere of only healthy competition within the cohort, within the group, and within the class. We share lecture notes in the form of audio, video, or text format. They submit papers, presentations, homework assignments, etc. They can choose topics for essays or presentations on the Moodle platform with a voting option. They can submit suggestions for some additional activities to be included in the class, such as topics of their interest and related to the matters that they find important for them. So we can customize the course in that area in respect of each student's desires and study plans. And they can also take tests and exams online. In one computer classroom, we try to hold, for example, in this Oriental Studies Tripos at the Faculty of Philology, we had one classroom, which was computer classroom, which could be disinfected, prepared, and they would take exams there. Because sometimes they would like to be sure that they have progressed personally. And here we have activities such as assignments, taking tests, and that's probably the same at Perdana University and universities all over the world now. So choosing the topic for essay by voting, you can see the students here with their names. And we give them a choice and they can decide what is best for them. They are also getting their results, and this is all done with a minimum waste of time. But also autonomous learning through textbooks. We prepare the basic textbook in such a way that it can be used as an autonomous learner resource. In that sense, it is indispensable. I gave here the example of teaching the Japanese writing system, the kanji. The textbook is divided into 15 lessons, and each of them is adapted to autonomous learner paradigm. It can be done, and the learning process can be done on the student's own might, in their own time, the exercises also. But the goal of learning of a foreign language at a higher level means mastery of the language above the B2 level. And such learning means increased competency among speakers and more fluent expression and communication of personal stances and opinions. And also, such learning means acquiring the knowledge of a particular discipline, for example, English for economists, or Japanese for lawyers, or French for medical students. So above B2, David Little says, no language knowledge is only language. It is always embedded in the discipline for which this language is being used, or in the framework in which this language exists. So students themselves become the center of their knowledge and organize their study practice, while teaching, in this case, the teaching of the Japanese language, becomes only an assisted service to the students. And I give here an example of a textbook actually developed to be a resource in the learner autonomy didactic paradigm. Here, the students have a special tool of association for remembering this ideogram, this kanji, called 100 hyaku. By rotating it, this is not etymological, this is an associative method. By rotating this ideogram, this kanji that is meant to be remembered, memorized, and learned, we rotate it like this, and then we come to our own view of the number 100. And the student will remember this, because these are the ideas we actually picked up from our students, how they remembered easily, how the process of memorizing and cognition happened within them. And this concrete textbook has 4 authors. 2 of them are students who have been active participants in the teaching and writing and learning methodology application. Since we are short of time, I will tell you that students love to take an active part in their education and learning process. And I have been personally delighted at how creative the students become if you give them a chance, if they can share with other colleagues, with teachers, their ideas on how to, for example, increase this memory, and how to facilitate the assimilation and cognition process by, in this case, association. And here we come to the conclusion. Some concluding thoughts are that with the process of technological advancement, it is inevitable to incorporate the changes in the process of education at every level. And as I said, we need to be fast. We need to do it faster than life. We need to be faster than the needs which are arising daily. Roles of both students and teachers are only enriched by the learner autonomy paradigm, with new options for conducting all activities regarding preparations for class, activities during and after the class, including the different methods of remembering what have been cognition at the class. The new technologies not only dictate the new activities, but also new curricula that should be designed to support the autonomous nature of learning. And finally, the bibliography. This is only the very select one. In fact, the body of knowledge and the bibliography is already enormous in this area, and I encourage all of us to take the maximum benefit of this. I thank you very, very much for your attention, and I hope that we will meet again soon and exchange our views on the role of education in sustainable development, as well as on this new educational paradigm of learner autonomy that will help us become faster and better learners, and also more effective teachers and professors of our disciplines. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Professor Liana, for this insightful keynote address.
Thank you.
Excuse me, one second.
Can you see me now?
So, yeah. Thank you for the insightful keynote address. The importance of role of education was well explained, and I'm sure that adds a great value for this conference while we are focusing to build the resilience, and that starts with education. Your points like AI in education and then the blended learning was quite insightful. We have taken out of your complete keynote address, Professor Liana, and we will try to disseminate your views through our conference proceedings. And we appreciate your time because we understand your time is around like morning 1:30, I believe. So
that is correct.
We are inspired by your commitment, and thanks a lot for your support. And then we look forward for your ACPD's participation today from the education track in the link 4. So thank you once again, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And to move on further, next we will be having our plenary session delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Kian Lau. So Dr. Kian Lau is from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, an associate professor and expert in accountancy, in which his interest covers the field of strategic management, organizational behavior, cultural studies, especially on SME in developing economies. Apart from that, he has served as an educator, senior certified trainer, consultant, director trainer, researcher, and author in the field of business and social science. He has successfully educated and trained educators, teachers, lecturers, executives, managers, and directors of 30 public listed companies in Malaysia and in Asia for the past 20 years. Academically, he has more than 30 papers accepted, published so far in national, international journals, those ranked by Thomson Reuters, ISI, Index and Scopus, 6 books, conference and seminar proceedings. He has secured several research project grants internally and externally, and he is also part of MQA Assessor Panel. We are proud to have him in this conference, and his topic for the plenary session is Importance of Doctoral Studies in Malaysian Universities to Build Resilience. Professor Lau, all is yours.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Valley. Thank you, President BC. So to give me the opportunity to present my topics for today's discussion. Can I share my slides?
You can share your slides, and also you can also unmute your video camera.
Okay, let me do it. All right. Sharing from. Everybody, can you see that? Prof, can you see that?
Yes, Prof, we can see that. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to all. So today's title is about the importance of doctoral studies in Malaysian universities in order to build resilience. All right, now, first things first. So we are trying to think about what is a PhD, a Doctor of Philosophy degree. So basically validates the holder as a scholar and specialist with comprehensive knowledge and a wide variety of marketable skills, especially researching skills. Because researching skills means a lot to discovery and exploring solutions for companies to solve their issues and problems, particularly during post-MCO period. Okay, so PhD graduates can make substantial contributions to the world of academia, definitely, and bring a significant change in society. So studying for a PhD qualification is not just for the fun. It's a rigorous exercise. It involves at least 3 or more years, some of them taking more than 10 years, independent research on the specific topic under supervision of expert academics. So along the way, there are workshops, many workshops available, seminars, competitions at both local and international levels. So candidates can choose to participate in order to gain the updates and insights. This is very important on the research topics, and also they can access to quality papers from top journals in the world. All right. And most of the students are describing the experience of their PhD, such as accelerating, exciting, challenging, stressful, lonely experience. Now, these are the feelings of PhD candidates and their experience, how they tackle the issues arising from the entire process of learning. All right. You're not only talking about the end result of gaining your PhD qualification. We are more focusing on the learning process, because the learning process means everything. So the main appeal of doing a PhD to me is basically the opportunity for people who want it to attain the highest academic degree. But PhD is the highest. So apart from it will be the production of PhD graduates is very important, especially for developing economies such as in Malaysia. And in Malaysia, our government today emphasizes very much the investments in knowledge creations, knowledge dissemination, and knowledge capacity. All right. So in order to generate wealth, sustain current living standards, and provide continuing public access to a wide range of quality services. All right. So it is core idea to say that it is the future economic performance which will be closely based on the skill and innovation level of the labor force, underpinned by effective research and development capacity. So in line with our government's target of 60,000 PhDs, by 2030, another how many more years to go? About 7 years to go. So we are going to produce 60 PhDs, okay, which caters to the need of the knowledgeable, innovative, and skillful professionals in order to support our country's aspiration of becoming a high-income status nation. This is the observation where we can always think about to further exploring educations on why Malaysian universities have to give importance to promote their PhD programs to help to develop the nation. Okay. Now, with today's fast-moving and fast-changing world, all of us, we know that there's a question which is very important. Now, in what way does an investment in a PhD qualification that requires keen focus and dedication, time and money add value to a person's professional life? This is the question we're talking about. And therefore, PhD is seen as a very important training process where candidates are to be trained to explore uncertainties in a specific research topic. It could be sciences and social sciences. And then they will be provided a platform for them to learn how to explain things in life with evidences, such as what, where, why, who, when, and how, these types of questions. Because these types of questions definitely will help to develop the candidates to be more practical, to be more critical, and more mature, and finally, more confident and more resilient in their investigations of looking for solutions to solve social issues, particularly in my area, right? So in Malaysia, PhD holders are normally associated with universities lecturers. So when you tell people you're PhD holders, they will associate you having a job or somewhere in universities, whether it's public or private. So however, in the global scenario, in many advanced countries, in the European countries and the Northern American countries, PhD holders are basically the main drivers in the industries. Now, for example, Michael Porter, the guru of strategy from Harvard University, he's not a professor in Harvard, but he is also a very effective and efficient corporate consultant for many listed companies in the entire world. Not only in US, but also in the entire world. All right. So with a PhD degree comes skills and definitely help the holders become job creators as well through venturing into business. Because I see some of the business holders, instead of working for the universities, they diversify into investing into businesses that could generate more wealth and values for themselves. But fresh PhD graduates will also be ready to take up jobs, even available overseas. If local market cannot absorb them, that's why I see a lot of Malaysian PhD holders now working in Macau, working in China Institutes of Higher Learning, working in Taiwan, And there are also many postdoctoral positions available for Malaysian students to apply, such as in Europe, Australia, China, Taiwan, North America, and Korea, etc. So from the context of the industries and organizations, having a pool of talents with PhD qualification definitely will stimulate the productivity and also the impact on Malaysian economic and social change, okay, through industry-relevant research-based solutions and suggestions. And this is how we can further explore in what ways PhD training can be beneficial to our country, okay? So in addition, diversifying the current doctoral programs offered by Malaysian universities will definitely meet the current need of the potential PhD candidates, even from overseas. So you can see the evidence. Many of Malaysian universities offering courses from science and technologies pertaining to sustainability, such as biodiversity, food, energy, water, climate change, AI, robotics, cybersecurity, plantations, crops, healthcare, and medicines. All right. So for business and management perspective, there are even financial criminology, not only fintech, financial criminology, we're talking about. We have Islamic finance, organizational based management and ethics, transportation, tourism, information management, etc. So these are the areas of high demand in Malaysia, especially focusing on the social sciences as well, in terms of humanities such as music, communication, and strategies, fine arts, corporate policies, IT-based law, and criminal justice. All right. So these are the important programs offered by most of Malaysian universities. So definitely PhD work had the candidate networking, and not only with the fellow researchers and the academicians, but also the industry leaders. So we are not only talking about collaborating with our colleagues within the universities, but also we have to bridge ourselves out there to associate with corporate world. So we have to, work together to help organizational solving their issues and problems based on our findings of our research. So undertaking a PhD studies is a way of demonstrating to others your intellectual capacity, and then their capacity to offer solutions to various types of issues facing by our company, especially SMEs in Malaysia, because SMEs occupies more than 90% of total productivity in our country. All right. So there are many things that we can do to train the students to be more critical, more fundamental in terms of, advising corporate world in Malaysia, even in other parts of the world. Now, for example, one of my students mentioned that his PhD was basically done on influences of market orientation. Market orientation on sustainability of institutions of higher learnings in Malaysia. So he chose this topic because he wanted to work on something which is very needed in Malaysia. Okay, so based on what I have recommended to him, he reviewed many papers, trying to see what are the issues currently being encountered in Malaysia and globally by our universities, even public universities, private universities. So he also know that many universities in Malaysia are actually suffering due to the lack of sustainability. This is the keyword, sustainability. So after a comprehensive review, he tried to link those areas so that he can use to build his framework for his thesis. Now, this is the type of training that candidates needed. As I mentioned before, the type of process that you have to take charge, and use your discretion to come up with your solutions. As a Professor Markovic mentioned, the philosophy from China, Chu Xi, mentioned about if you have doubts about anything, you have to self-dependent. Others' suggestions may be just a guidance for you. Okay, the bottom line is you must have your own discretion to decide based on the higher standard of ethics, the higher standards of your PhD training, and the higher standards of your PR skills, that you can actually turn problems into a very positive perspective so that you can conquer the solutions accordingly. And these are the things that actually are very important, because having a PhD really opens up many doors. That's why many corporate leaders even, are coming to universities, enrolling PhD programs. Okay, so because PhD can really broaden your horizons in terms of self-growth, and it helps you to find a very highly prestigious and fulfilling responsibilities in society. Okay, this is very key to my understanding, and of course, this implies that university industry linkages, particularly in Malaysia, have to be strengthened to determine the areas of doctoral program needed for the current and future environment. So based on my experience as a corporate trainer, director trainer in Malaysia, more than 40 listed companies I've trained. Most of the directors expected that PhD holders in Malaysia must be able to help to solve their corporate issues. This is the key. Okay, so communication between universities and the industries must be enhanced to create a win-win situation in Malaysia. All right. So the availability of highly inventive, creative, innovative, and resourceful talent pool with extensive research training, of course, in the workforce, either is in universities or in the corporate world, must be considered as an added advantage for PhD programs developers in Malaysia. So meaning to say, most of our universities needed to really put forward their attention to developing the market-oriented PhD programs that can fulfill their responsibilities as high qualities of PhD programs providers in Malaysia. All right, so this is very, very important because most of the Malaysian universities programs offered are focused on building new knowledge alone, but also on industrial research and development purposes. You must be able to connect theories to the practice. This is seen as flexibility advantage for Malaysia universities. So we have almost all universities offering PhD programs in all areas of studies. So new route of doctoral program could be like offering a more, industrial oriented, such as industrial doctorate or professional doctorate, we call it. Okay, because this is very important because education is very specific, and we must be being able to segmentize the market based on our competitive advantage. Okay, and our competitive advantage are basically deriving from resources and capabilities that we have accumulated based on our experiences. So now is the time for Malaysian universities to think about creating more flexible programs, PhD programs, doctoral programs, to be offered not only domestically, not only for domestic students, but also for international students. So awareness towards availability of funds also to pursue the doctorate degree may be encouraged by students in order to help them to gain these highest qualifications. All right. So based on some of the preparation and some of my experience, so I just concluded that now is the time for us to do something new so that we can actually attract better, students from all over the world in order to help Malaysian economy to further, grow to its another height. So with this, I conclude my speech, and thank you very much, Prof. Valley, President BC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lau. So today, actually, I learned that the marketing guru, Philip Kotler, doesn't have a PhD, but he has got a lot of contribution. He has got a lot of contribution. It's a very insightful point. Thank you, Professor. And also, we understand how much PhD is important for national transformation and to bring sustainability. It is a very interesting topic. And usually, in a plenary session, there are no any question and answer session. But if any of the participants would like to share their views or anything else, are you fine to receive any comments, anything, Prof?
Yes, no issue. We can have private sessions about this.
Sure. So any participants, anybody, if you want to share anything else, you can always now. There is no any questions, but any comments to share, we welcome any comments now. Any participants? Okay, so thank you. So we assume things are fine now. So thank you, Professor Lau. Thanks for the first plenary session. And to keep moving, to move forward.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. So to move forward, our next session starts by 10:15 a.m. The plenary session, speaker number 2. So we'll have a morning break now. So starting from now until 10:15, there is a morning break, and we will resume with the plenary session number 2 by 10:15 in the same link. Thank you all.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, James Ko. Yeah,
Hello.
I can see also Chong there. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. All these two people are my working colleagues in Hospital Seremban.
Yes. Long time ago.
Yeah, great. Never knew that we will be meeting each other like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, James.
Hi, Prof. Chong. Hi.
Yeah. Okay, James, I'm really delighted to introduce not only my working colleague, also my good friend from IMU, Professor Dr. James Ko Choi. He's the head of the Division of Medicine, IMU Medical School, Seremban campus. Now, he's a well-known specialist, especially in infectious diseases, a consultant in a number of as a visiting physician in a number of hospitals. He has actually sort of presented online and has produced a number of media articles recently on COVID-19. So when he has done that, I can think of no one better than you, Choi, to handle this powerful topic. To introduce the topic, it will be lessons from 2 years of pandemic. Now, currently, James is the professor in the Department of Internal Medicine, IMU, infectious disease consultant in IMU, physician and infectious diseases consultant in Hospital Tunku Jaffa, visiting ID physician in UCSI and Aurelius Medical Center. So, James, the floor is yours, and introduce the topic would be lessons from 2 years of pandemic. It's all yours, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk Sri. Actually, Datuk Sri was my boss, actually, from a long time ago, and we saw evolve when I was a medical officer. One of the most memorable thing I've learned from Datuk Sri was to be able to speak and be bold, because I remember he always make me do the very unpleasant phone calls to other consultants, either within the hospital or other hospitals, and he would be sitting next to me and say, you call, and then he'll be watching me. And I thought that was really good because whether he knows or not, he has sort of mentored me and taught me to be self-reliant and also be not afraid of speaking up in public and all that. So yeah, thank you, Datuk Sri. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here today. I think I'm in the company of really great people. Prof. Chong is another one of my very respected senior in IMU before he moved on to another university. So it's good. And I'm going to share my slide now. Just give me a hint whether you could see my slide, then I can start from there.
We can see, Prof. You can proceed. Yes. Yeah.
So I have two apologies to make first. One is I'm sorry I did not use the template that was given to me, because when I received the template, I had already made my slides. So it was easier for me to import the logo over to my slides, and I hope you will you don't mind that.
No issues, James. No issues. Carry on.
Okay. And the second thing is I've made a bit of change to the title from lessons from 2 years of pandemic to the current title, which is 10 lessons from a pandemic. So it's just a personal reflection of what we could learn in the past 2.5 years or so. I want to start with this slide. This slide is not really mine. I sort of screen captured it from a conference I went to last week. And this was presented at the conference, and it gives an overview of what happened in our country in the last 2.5 years or so. I think all of us will remember March 18, 2020. I remember that day very well because I had just finished the afternoon bedside teaching with some students. And then we heard the news that the first MCO was going to take place, and it would go on for 2 weeks. And I told my students, like, well, okay, we're going to be off for 2 weeks, and see you guys in 2 weeks, you know, and I never saw them again for the next 2 years. It was quite horrible. Didn't realize that it would be that bad. So I still remember in January, I actually went to Bangkok for another conference, and at that time, wearing masks was optional, and you know, we didn't think that it was going to hit us. And the first case was reported there, and I thought, okay, it's not that bad. But I was proven wrong over and over again. So the first wave in Malaysia wasn't that bad actually, because we had like 20, 30 cases, you know, per day, and there's even a time where we had single digits and even a 0 at one day. And you know, we got very happy about it, and we were like, okay, we beat this, and this is great. And but then, if you remember the second wave, which originated from a large, you know, grouping of it's a religious event in Bukit Jalil that triggered the second wave, and we were losing our minds, saying, "Wow, there's a lot of cases, 3,000 per day, and all that." And you know, but soon after, we had wave after wave after wave of the virus in our country. We tried all kinds of strategies. We had lockdowns. You know, up there you can see MCO1, CMC1. I don't even remember what they stand for anymore. Basically, I just remember them, you know, confining us to our houses. Us being healthcare workers, we had a bit of more liberty to sort of travel a bit, but otherwise, for many of us, we were stuck in the home for a very, very long time. It was very, very difficult. But you know, there was light at the end of the tunnel. In February 2021 last year, we started the National Immunization Program, which is fantastic because we are one of the countries in the world that had started the vaccination program very early. Yeah? So, and if you remember, we had Alpha, Beta, you know, all the variants, and it kept coming. But, you know, this is the Delta wave of the Delta variant, and it sort of slowed down until December last year when the Omicron started being detected in the country, and then we had this huge wave that went on. But if you look at the way we are handling I think as a country, we did very well, despite all the troubles in the beginning, but I think we did very well overall in handling the COVID pandemic. And we entered the endemic phase in April this year. So right now, even after an election, we expect, you know, a sudden spike of cases. We are not seeing that. And the reason, I think, is because for Malaysia, a majority of us are vaccinated against the virus. So the first lesson I learned is that I had underestimated COVID-19. In Chinese New Year 2020, I had dinner with some of my classmates, and they were asking me about COVID, and I'm like, oh, it's fine, you know, it'll be gone by June or something like that, you know. So I had to eat my words now. And it also proves that even specialists can be wrong, so don't take our words for it. And I guess I underestimated COVID-19 because the experience in the past with SARS and MERS-CoV sort of lulled me into a sense of, you know, this illusion actually, because those SARS and MERS-CoV, although they are also coronaviruses, they didn't really spread all over the world. And I thought, okay, so COVID-19 would probably be the same. But if you look at the statistics now, we have more than 6 million deaths already worldwide. In Malaysia, we had about 5 million cases already. So, and about almost 400,000 deaths so far in the last 2.5 years. So yeah, and if you remember those days, there was a time where it was so difficult for us to get gloves and masks and stuff like that. And everything was so expensive because we basically weren't prepared for the COVID. So we at least I underestimated the problem. Now, lesson number two is that we weren't ready, right? So we didn't expect or rather, I didn't expect the virus to mutate, and it gets smarter and smarter as we go on. You get alpha, you get beta, you get gamma, and then delta, and then we sort of skip the rest. And now we have Omicron, and the latest is XBB subvariant. So we are not quite there yet. If you look at all the alphabets here, there's still quite a long way to go, right? We haven't reached Omega actually. So there's still a lot more variants to come in. But I think although we weren't ready in the beginning and we didn't expect the virus to mutate and, overcome so many things that we put in, all the strategies we put in, but I think we are more ready now compared to previous years. But the beauty of, I think, the pandemic is that we saw science and technology really went to the forefront. So within 2 to 3 months of China informing the world that there was an outbreak in Wuhan, the genome of the virus was sequenced, and with that we could produce diagnostic tests in record time, PCR tests coming in, and then RTK came in very quickly, which allow us to get tested even at home. I remember buying my first RTK test, it was 50 ringgit. Nowadays you can get from Mr. DIY, 10 ringgit for 4 and things like that. So cost has come down a lot. And the best thing is within a year, which was initially I thought it was an impossible thing. I was telling people that it will take years and years and years before a vaccine can come up. And well, within a year we had our first vaccine. We're using a new technology, which is mRNA technology. And following that, we had a few antivirals, and we started using monoclonal antibodies to manage COVID. Research and trials, escalated a lot with a lot of funding, and this gave us a lot of input. For instance, we knew, which are the drugs that don't work. We know that dexamethasone is almost like a miracle drug in COVID. We can use it. So with that, all these trials have gave us this kind of input and information. And we also, with following up and research, we found that, COVID doesn't really just affect the lungs, it affects practically everything, skin, joints, and now with the long COVID syndrome, getting fuzzy brain and all that. Sometimes I wonder whether my forgetfulness is due to that as well. I had COVID once. We started doing things online. So Zoom, Teams became buzzwords, and medicine took a big leap and went into telemedicine, especially in some of the disciplines that don't really need face-to-face encounters, like psychiatry, psychology. So many things can be done online. And now we're doing meetings online. So a lot of things have changed since then. And that's all due to science and technology. However, all this didn't really benefit all the countries equally. If you look at this chart that is up to February this year, we are quite lucky. If you look at green, green color are those countries that have achieved the 70% of population being fully vaccinated. And if you look at Southeast Asia, Malaysia is one of the very, very few countries that are actually green in color there. The rest are really quite far behind. And that, there's a lot of unequal distribution of drugs and vaccines that would benefit the whole world. You can see the entire African continent is red, Russia, China, all red. So yeah, we have still really a long way to go. Well, and I also learned that people can be very gullible and stubborn. I remember being attacked online on my social media, and even when I deliver online talks, that people ridicule me for saying that this or that doesn't work. And they can become very vicious. even when I advocated the wearing of mask, initially, much to my shame in beginning, I actually said no need to wear mask if it's not necessary or if you're not unwell. But I changed my mind as the evidence started pouring in and started advocating wearing masks, and people thought I was crazy. So yeah, people can be very gullible and very stubborn. So despite showing evidence and trials, people just, once they're set in the mind, they will not believe you, and they will continue to believe what they choose to believe, right? So even people like President Trump, he went on advocating hydroxychloroquine for the entire US, causing a lot of harm actually. For a while, we were very happy, very excited about high-dose vitamin C and D, which also eventually were proven not to work. I had calls from other private hospitals asking whether they could get their hands on some lopinavir, ritonavir, because we use this to treat HIV patients, and it also turned out to be not effective, right? Other things like high-dose zinc. President Trump received convalescent plasma for he had COVID, and then he received that, and then he got well, and attributed it to all hydroxychloroquine and plasma and everything, and everybody got very excited over it and trying to get their hands on the same. But again, they don't work. Insulin, interferons, some Chinese herbs, and ivermectin has been crazy on the internet among my peers. Even where I work, I was actually quite ridiculed by some of my colleagues for not, getting ivermectin back into the working community to get everyone on it. And I said, no, the evidence doesn't really support it. So we get into a lot of disagreements and stuff, right? So yeah, people can be very gullible. Now, of course, we also have a group of people who are vaccine hesitant. Even among my friends, they will not take the vaccine. Even today, some of them are still not vaccinated. Relatives who refuse to be vaccinated. People who claim that vaccines make them magnetic, and anti-vaxxers are still out there, and it's still a problem, right? I think by and large, despite this, we are doing very well as a country. As you can see, almost 85% of the population is vaccinated. So we do have a trust issue as well in Malaysia, right? If you remember 2020 to 2022, we had several changes of prime ministers, governments, a lot of political crises going on. At one time, we had multiple leaders giving out multiple SOPs and directives at the same time. And so we were very confused, which is which, and what applies and what doesn't apply to us. In the morning, somebody will say something. In the evening, somebody will say something else. It was so difficult for us to work. But if you follow the political scene, you can see that it sort of eventually, good leadership came in, and people who does, inspire some trust. And, especially our last Minister of Health, I think he did a great job in pushing for the agenda of vaccination, and also dealing with a lot of other health-related policies out there. I think he did a great job, and sort of provided the much-needed credible leadership that we need, and communicating, very clear SOPs for the entire nation to follow. So yeah, we do have a trust issues. We may still have some trust issues, but we are on the right track now. This includes me. Lesson number 8. My mental health took a severe beating because at the time I took up the position of associate dean in IMU and for academic, and steering the university through 2 years of craziness and uncertainty, and you had to deal with angry students, angry parents, and people are just angry everywhere. Had taken quite a bit of toll on my own mental health. And if you look at this study by Lancet that came out, you can see that there's great leap of mental health issues over the last 2 years due to the pandemic. And you can see that younger people are affected more, and also women affected more than men. So we really had a huge, probably mental health meltdown somehow. Right? One good thing about the pandemic is I noticed that people can change. So, you know, you can see this SOP, represented in this picture here. I think it has become ingrained in us and become a habit to all of us. We stay at home, we wash our hands, we avoid crowded places, use sanitizers, we wear a mask, we keep our distance and all that. And, for me, for the first time, you can see, soap, toilet paper in public toilets, which is something not there before. So things have changed. People are more mindful now, and they are more careful in where they touch, what they use, and everything. And I think it's great. And I hope this habit will go on. But the last lesson I learned is that the change can be unchanged as quickly as possible as well, because once you went to endemic, a lot of people just disregarded everything and just don't wear their masks, don't use, and soap and tissue have disappeared from public toilets now, no? And most of the places I've been, even hotels that I've stayed in recently, have stopped, providing alcohol rubs and all that. So we can see now a regression in the change, although the pandemic is still very much with us. So some of the lessons I learned from this 2.5 years or 3 years of the pandemic is that we really need to be very agile and very adaptable and flexible. And I'm not talking just about the pandemic, I'm talking about any kind of challenges we may face, any troubles, any tasks, anything, in fact. And I think we all have some amount of resilience. We do need to work on it, to build on it, and to unlock it. I think we need all these things here. Maybe as a person, as a team, even as a nation, we need to be agile, we need to be adaptable, we need to be flexible. We need to have strategies that are backed by evidence and data-driven, and it should be free from politics and policy. I mean, this is wishful thinking, but it should be free from interference. I still remember one former MP who went around spraying, sanitizers all over the streets of Ampang. So now you know which MP. And despite, us specialists and Professor Adiba even telling that it is not useful, it may even be harmful, the MP just would not listen. So there we go, money wasted and all that. So really, whatever strategies we want to do or want to implement must be backed by evidence and data. We must remember that we cannot win this if even one person loses. You see the map, remember the vaccination. If all the countries are fully vaccinated, we win. Even if one country does not achieve that 70%, nobody wins actually, right? So there has to be equal distribution and access to vital medicine and vaccines. We need to educate and continue to educate and re-educate and counter disinformation with facts. We have to build trust. A lot of disinformation out there, a lot of misinformed people who are set in, in their thinking, and they will not change unless they trust you or they are faced with facts and given by somebody who they trust. So we need leaders that are transparent, with integrity, and can communicate very well. We really need to be mindful of our own mental health, and not just physical, but mental health as well. Right? I think investment has to be put in to take care of this aspect of everyone, mental health. We need to remember that change is possible. If we are creative, we can get people to change. And we also must be mindful that this change can be undone very quickly. So we got to keep at it, got to own the problem or the challenge and get others to do the same. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much. Quite a difficult topic, very nicely put in a nutshell. I was just excited when you said that this pandemic has taught us some good things. Oh, that was very exciting. 8 good things which was shown in a graphic manner. Okay. For myself, one good thing is that now I've been very good in virtual platform, using virtual platform for Google Meet and for teaching sessions. Okay, with this, I would like to thank Prof. James for a topic well handled. Thank you very much, James.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, participants. Good morning to you. Good morning to Emeritus Professor Dr. Chong Soon Kang. Dr. Chong is the Dean in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Utah. Okay, well, it goes a long way where Chong and myself were working in Hospital Sramban. He was the one who was giving the helping hand in hematology, and he was actually from IMU. He does rounds and runs a hematology clinic. When I look at his profile, now he has become a shooting star. He has gone on to be the founding dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Utah, since 2019. For his contribution to UKM in medical education, research, and innovative medical practices, he was conferred the honorific title Professor Emeritus by UKM in 2007. He and his research team in Utah established the first iPSR-derived cancer lines in Malaysia and an iPSC biobank for research purposes. Currently, he serves as the president of the College of Pathologists, Academy of Medicine of Malaysia, and is also the founding ESCO member and current vice president of National Cancer Council, MACNA. I'm delighted to introduce the topic of Prof. Chong, Unlocking Resilience, My Personal Encounters. There you are, Prof. Chong.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sri, for the generous and kind introduction. Yes, as Dato Sri have mentioned, we were previously colleagues in Hospital Seremban. I still remember those days when I just retired from UKM and joined IMU and was posted by Tan Sri Baka to Hospital Seremban. Yes, and it was Dato Sri have been very kind for us to continue my practice of hematology, clinical hematology in Hospital Seremban. And at the same time, I also give, because I'm qualified both as a physician as well as a pathologist, laboratory hematologist. So I also give consultation service to the pathology department. At that time, the head was Dato Azizon. Yeah. So yes, today I'm going to share with you my experience about setbacks that I encounter in my practice. Yeah. So may I share the slide? Yeah.
Sure, Chong, please share.
Oh, let me see whether I can get the file. Oh, sorry. I'm not getting it up.
No issues, take your time.
Sorry. Is this my screen? Huh? Am I sharing my screen? Huh?
I can see only the sort of desktop.
Oh, my desktop, right? Okay.
Ah.
Okay, I go to the file. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, definitely. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. So my title of my today's talk is actually Unlocking Resilience, My Personal Encounters. About resilience. So I actually looked up the dictionary. There are various versions. I thought this one would be best describe the meaning of resilience. Ability to recover from setbacks, adapt well to change, and keep going in the face of adversities. Like, well, I thought, just like exactly like what Professor James Cole has gone through for the last two and a half years of pandemic. And then I found actually the former editor of Harvard Business Review, very interesting reading of on her review about resilience. She emphasized the importance of resilience to business success, and I believe it is applicable to all disciplines. And most important, among what she said, and a lot of things are actually being given by Professor James Call. One of the important thing I noticed is actually resilience. What she highlighted is actually resilience came from oneself. It very much depends on yourself to overcome the setbacks that you encounter. So a little bit of myself, although Dato Sri have already introduced some of it. I actually graduated from University Malaya in 1975, and I proceeded to do postgraduate study in the UK, like many of us during the old time, because that time postgraduate study is actually not common in Malaysia. So all of us have to go and find money to go overseas to pursue the postgraduate study. So after finishing my postgraduate study, where I actually obtained the MRCP, as well as the DCP London, which is actually a postgraduate diploma of clinical pathology. That's why I was able to serve both in the clinical area as well as in the laboratory area, in the pathology laboratory. So when I returned home, I actually joined UKM and served them for about 30 years. I think that was about 42 years ago when I joined UKM as a lecturer. After serving UKM for 30 years, I retired and I spent a short stint in IMU. That's where I met Dato Sri as well as James Call for 5 years. When the president of University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Utah, invited me to join Utah with the mission to establish a medical school and a teaching hospital. So, and both of the what I call KPI he gave me, I think I have done it, achieved it, and also the hospital is now ready to be commissioned, waiting for CCAP's approval. But the hospital is not in KL. Our medical school is in Bandar Sungai Long, whereas our teaching hospital is in Kampar. Now, in this talk, I would like to share 2 setbacks that I've encountered. And both of these setbacks are actually in relation to Nobel Prize winners. One of them is actually, I encountered it while I was serving in UKM. There, of course, throughout life, people have many setbacks, including myself. I just want to highlight two of them. So the other setback was encountered during serving Utah. So let me go to the first setback. Dr. Donald Thomas is a well-known hematologist who is both a physician as well as a scientist. He experimented with bone marrow transplant, right, at the bench level as well as using animal model, and he has quite good result. But unfortunately, when he moved from bench and animal study to clinical study, he repeatedly failed to achieve what he saw in the bench result as well as the animal models. Presumably because we still don't understand a lot of the thing at that time. So his success only came after the discovery of HLA typing and immunosuppressive, which are so vital in bone marrow transplant in the 70s. So he succeeded, right? And finally he succeeded, and the paper, the result were published. And then many centers since then has adopted his method for treating leukemia. Right? So as we all know, leukemia is a lethal, disease at that time. And of course, nowadays with bone marrow transplant, at least we are able to cure half of them. There's still a long way to go to understand the disease and to overcome finally this fatal disease called leukemia. So for his work, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1990, about 20 plus years later. So as you can see, you can't win Nobel Prize, for instant discovery. And normally, whatever you discover have to be actually proved by others, and then to be accepted worldwide. And perhaps then the Nobel Prize committee will recognize that this is actually benefited mankind, and the Nobel Prize will be given to the person. So if you look at all the Nobel Prizes that is being released over the years, you will find that they will usually get it, 10 or 20 years or even 30 years later. The Nobel Prize is not given to people who already passed away. So you need to be alive to receive the Nobel Prize. So I was fortunate to witness the successful technology transfer when it was first introduced in the UK from the USA, while I was doing my specialty training in the Hammersmith Hospital, London. That's where I did my hematology training. So this is just to show the picture of Dr. Thomas receiving the Nobel Prize. So like all returning from overseas, after I completed my study, acquired all the skill, including bone marrow transplant, right? Of course, we are all very excited to do technology transfer to benefit our local patient with blood disorders. So with like-minded colleagues, we went around to raise funds for the equipment and medication used for the new procedure. At that time, we were very grateful to PUC, the then Tun Siti Asma, able to help us to raise quite a bit of money for the, for starting the project, the equipment, as well as the medication necessary. But unfortunately, that time UKM is, sharing the wards and clinics with the government site in Hospital KL. So if we want to do this procedure, we need the approval of the Director General of Health. So we applied to the then Director General of Health. So unfortunately, after considering our proposal, he did not approve it. So as a result, we couldn't practice what we have been trained. So it took a long time. It was a very long wait. So I have to wait for 19 years later after I came back from UK to do this first bone marrow transplant within the UKM hospital, teaching hospital, which was established way back in 1997. So imagine this, from 1980 when I came back, have to wait until where I have an opportunity to take part in the design of the transplant ward in Hospital UKM, and to be able to do the transplant there. So it is a long wait, and along the way, I still keep in touch with the evolving, changing practices. And in fact, after introduction of this transplant in the UKM hospital, hundreds of patients have since actually benefited from the treatment. So that's the first setback that I share with you. So although it's a long wait, and you will notice that it is actually finally worth it, and you are able to, one will be able to transfer this, the knowledge and skill over the years, finally to benefit our local patients. Now, the second setback that I would like to share with all of you is again related to Nobel Prize. And this Nobel Prize was given to the discoverer of the so-called mother of all stem cells, the induced pluripotent stem cells. Yes. So we owe very much to this person, Professor Shinya Yamanaka from Kyoto University. So way back in 2006, he published a paper in this journal called Cell, very high impact journal, regarding his discovery. He was able to make this mother of all stem cell from mouse fibroblasts, right? Mouse cells. So at that time, when I read that article, I was sort of still not sure whether it is so exciting. But later on, after it is just animal work, but later on, 1 year later, he was able to publish another paper, this time not so much of mouse cells now, it's actually human cells. Yeah. So it was able to reproduce this result from the mouse model to the human model, indicating that actually we can also reprogram somatic cell. That means that, what do you mean by somatic cells? So somatic cell means any of the matured cells, you know, in our body. For example, you scratch the skin, you got these squames, you got these cells there. So that's a somatic cells. Of course, you can cut a bit deeper to get the fibroblasts. There's also a somatic cells. So they are all actually matured cells which are doing the body functions. So you can actually, therefore, from what he have demonstrated, you can reprogram backwards, you know, to the mother state. I mean, the original stem cell stage, the so-called pluripotent stem cells, right? What do you mean by pluripotent stem cell? Pluripotent stem cell means a stem cell, right, that can actually differentiate into the 200 plus cell types in our body. So this one is the cartoon that I got from originally from this New York Times, you know. So that time was after he has published this, in able to show that you can do it in human. So obviously it's excited everybody. So New York Times quickly you know, put up a feature articles on this one. And this cartoon essentially demonstrate how you know, the process. So you look at, if you look at this cartoon, you'll find that like this in the lower panel, you will see the evolution of the human being. Right? So from fertilization, fertilized egg, later on will go into making of embryo, and then during the 5th days of the embryo, as you can see here, the blastocyst. So that you will see this one part of the cell which is pink in color, actually is the what they call inner cell mass, and this one potentially will then actually grow into the different organs, and finally you know, into different type of matured cells that constitute the whole human. Right? So this is the natural progress. So the man-made process is take this matured cell, so-called somatic cell, for example, a skin cell, a skin fibroblast. Then with 4 genes introduced, right, then we can actually similarly make them into so-called stem cells, which have pluripotency. So, and then of course, subsequently, we rename it as iPSC, induced pluripotent stem cells. Yeah. So now the bottom panel, just to indicate to you, that's how it happens in the petri dish, right? And the critical factors that Professor Yamanaka used is CIMIC, CLIF4, OCT4, SOX2. But since then, many scientists have found that not necessarily these 4 what I call transcription factor can be used, but there are other factors you can use and actually achieve the same effect from a differentiated cell or so-called somatic cell to be reprogrammed into iPSC, the induced pluripotent stem cells, which I call mother of all stem cells. So after learning his publication in the human fibroblast, I was very excited. So I said, my God, this is a discovery of the century. So this is something that is worthwhile, because it means that we can exploit this technology for regenerative medicine, you know, generating cells and organs for repair, right? Which currently we are doing very successfully. For example, if you want to have a heart valve, you can get it, you know, you can do sort of artificial valve, or you can actually harvest from some compatible animals and use it, you know, or, you know, in other words, if we are able to imagine if, you know, able to grow a limbs, you know, to replace the amputated one, it might be a very good idea. So a lot of people are very excited, including myself and my research groups. So what I did was, after that, I gathered a group of like-minded investigators to begin the quest to see whether we can actually reproduce what Professor Yamanaka do. So we did did that many times in UKM while I was in my last few years serving UKM. But unfortunately, it wasn't successful. Yeah. The simple reason is because I think, when you do bench work in the laboratories, and the other thing, of course, when you publish a paper, some of these little tips and tricks that you do on your bench work are never detailedly described in the publication. So if you are not taught by the people who discover it, and you're trying to learn on your own, right, based on your own scientific knowledge, and experimented it based on whatever they describe, you find that you may not get the result like what you have obtained. So it was a complete failure in the early attempt. So later on, I retired after a stint in IMU. I still continue, but unfortunately, to no avail. Right? So later on, I joined Utah, and I was very grateful. Utah have actually allowed me to establish postgraduate laboratories for research, and I was able to get a group of people to come around. Let's continue. And then finally, I was able to, get some funding from High Impact Research Fund from I'm very grateful to for Professor Tunku Kamaru in this help, and we were able to generate the iPSC in the Utah Research Laboratory some 6 years later, after the discovery by Professor Yamanaka. So coincidentally, when we were all sharing our joy that we are able to make all this iPSC in our lab, and establish the first cancer cell line, and also later on normal cell lines, we were celebrating. And then at the same time, we heard that Professor Yamanaka was conferred the Nobel Prize in that year. So yes, so this is actually the picture to show you when he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2012 in December from the King of Sweden. And then following this, because different cell lines serve different purposes. Normal cell line you can actually produce cells of the 200 type of body cells in our body. Actually, there's a long way to go, because even with normal cell line, we only know how to make a few. So there are 200 cell types. So there are a lot of scope for further research. Right? So far, we are very successful in our own laboratory for downstream work, right? From the iPSC to make into mesenchymal stem cell, to make into what we call hemopoietic stem cell, potentially can be used for transplant. And mesenchymal stem cell potentially can use for various treatment like stroke, osteoarthritis, graft-versus-host disease, and things like that. Even diabetes, it can be used. So there's a lot of potential in the whole field of regenerative medicine. At the same time, we also developed the cancer cell lines from different cancer cells, so that we can actually study as a cancer model to understand why cancer come about for that particular disease, right? For example, lung cancer or ovarian cancer and the like, right? So apart from that, this cell line will be very precious, because that will mean that once you differentiate them, this cell line can be perpetuated, in eternity. So, and then all you need is to keep them alive in the liquid nitrogen tank, and that will afford us to continue to study, to try to crack why cancer come about. And at the same time, we can also use these cell lines to screen for all the substances, right, for so-called drug discovery that potentially can actually overcome cancer formation, or even the cancer stem cells, which are very resistant to treatment. So we have now, way back last year, we actually established a biobank where we have actually kept all these precious cell line, and we really publish it and let people interested. We share among researchers who are interested to develop all the downstream products. So what do we mean by downstream product? That means that actually this is the what we call the iPSC. You can actually then experiment. If you say, oh, I want to mix skin, okay, we can use this one to go through different procedure, different cocktails of cytokine to develop them into, skin, for example. Right? So maybe I've got a colleague who is in USM. Recently, they told me that they actually have successfully make this iPSC into cardiac cells. And then they were so excited and actually share with me all the picture, all the pulsating cardiac cells. So those are very excitement and more to be seen. All because we have this powerful mother of all stem cells. All right. So before I close my talk, finally, my little encounter that I mentioned to you, the 2 setbacks I described to you, is nothing compared to what encountered by our new Prime Minister of Malaysia, which is an excellent example of political resilience. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Chong. It is not that easy to share personal encounters when unlocking resilience. And very excited that you got in touch or encounters with 2 Nobel Prize winners. That's a great feat indeed. The first thing I find that you unlock your resilience by managing to get a successful bone marrow transplant in UKM. And the second major feat by unlocking and establishing iPSC biobank in the Utah. And the happy news, you just told me that yesterday they were able to get the cardiac muscles out from the mother of all cells. That is a real feat indeed. As you know, one of the commonest or the highest number of deaths is actually coming from cardiovascular. And you are in the right track, Prof. Chong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank Prof. Chong and also the audience, who have been keeping vigilant and watching all this while. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. And thank you, the plenary speakers, Prof. James and Prof. Chiang. Thank you. Thank you for the valuable session. So now to keep moving forward, so I request all the participants to go to their respective tracks. We are done with the link 1. So whatever we are in link 1 now. So we are done with the link 1. So as per program schedule, the health track will be at link 2 and management track will be in link 3 and education technology track will be in link 4. So people who have no idea about the links, please go to the website. The website has got the links. We will be also pasting in the chat box now in a couple of minutes. But audience, you all can go to their respective track. I again repeat, health track is happening in link 2. We have got the moderator and session chair in link 2, and then management track in link 3, and education track in link 4. So thanking you all from the corporate room. Thank you. So we'll all see in the respective track. Thank you all.
Hello, Divina.
Hello, Prof.
Okay, and Tilak.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, right. So shall we start?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, right. Good morning, participants. Okay, students. Welcome this something very, very new. This is fully organized by your colleagues, your senior colleagues, the graduate students of 2022, PERDANA University RCSI. Right. Before I start the forum, let me tell you a few things. I'll start off with, did you know? Malaysia is among the highest number of patients requiring dialysis per capita in the world, and approximately half of them are eligible for kidney transplant. Disease organ donation rates in Malaysia is about 0.7 donors per million population. We call it as PMP, compared to 4.5, very high in Saudi Arabia, and in Qatar it is 4.0. and in Iran is 2.9. So that clearly shows that Malaysia is really, really down in organ donation. And in fact, organ donation in Malaysia began in the early 1970s. Sadly, until now, the number of disease organ donors remains less than 500. With this particular note, let me introduce myself. I'm the panel moderator, Prof. Dr. Sri from PERDANA University, RCSI, lead in medicine. And I would like to introduce our panel members, Pravina, Tilak, and Davina. And the topic selected for today's discussion is debunking myths about organ donation. As you know, organ donation is the priceless gift of life. I have received a number of myths regarding organ donation. Maybe I'll read out the first myth. If I am in an accident and the hospital knows that I am designated as a donor, do you think the doctors and the staff will try to save my life? Because there may be a vested interest in the doctors and the staff. Maybe I'll pose this question to Tilak.
Yes, Prof. Good morning, members of this conference. So basically, this is one of the number one sort of false myth that is present in society, that if you organ donate or you pledge to donate your organs, then the doctors won't do as much as they're supposed to. But what we have to understand is there are rules and guidelines that govern organ donation, and until all life-saving attempts are exhausted, there will be no progress into donating the organ. So for example, when a person gets sick, all attempts will be first made by the medical team to save their life. And only if they are proclaimed brain dead on a ventilator, only then will the Gift of Life Association be announced, be informed that the organ donation can occur. And when that happens, that's when they will approach the family. So there's two caveats to this. First of all, they need to be on the ventilator and brain dead. And then the request is then escalated to the family. Once the family says okay, then organ donation proceeds.
Thank you, Tilak. So maybe I'll just talk about what are the organs which can be donated. It is broadly divided into organs and tissues. The organs are heart, lungs. Lungs can save 2 people. Liver also can save 2 people. Kidney, of course, can save 2 people. Normally, kidney is the most commonly transplanted. It will go to 2 recipients. Next is pancreas and intestines. These all fall under organ donation. Commonly, kidney and pancreas are transplanted together because once you have diabetes, they have diabetic nephropathy. So a combined transplant will go for kidney and pancreas. Coming to tissues is going to be eyes, that is the cornea, heart valves, bones, and skin. So these are the organs and tissues which can be harvested. Okay. Now we go on to the next myth. Maybe I'll shoot this question to Pravina.
Yes, Prof.
Maybe I won't really be dead when they sign my death certificate. What is your opinion?
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. So I guess this is also one of the common myths that everyone have in their mind. Although it's a very common, a popular topic in the tabloids, in reality, actually, people need to understand that they don't really start to wiggle their toes after they are declared dead. In fact, people who have agreed to organ donation are given more tests to determine whether they are truly dead than those who haven't agreed to organ donation. So once an individual has been pronounced dead, the body will be treated with utmost care and respect. So while all the tests are being done, so whichever means where the patient will be undergo various exams and tests to ensure that the patient is dead before they proceed into organ donation. So for example, in Malaysia, doctors have to put, they will put maximum amount of effort to save each and every individual life in the hospital, regardless of their age, their gender, or their ethnic background. So the concept of allowing a patient to die in order to harvest their organs is an absolute myth. Yeah, that's all from me, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Pravina. Now, for the audience, I'd like to inform you that one donor can donate and save up to 8 lives by donating organs after death. 8 lives by donating the organs. And in fact, they can be helpful to 75 lives, more than 75 lives, because they not only can donate their organs, they can also donate the tissues. So on one side, organs up to 8, and on the other side, up to 75 lives, they can either be saved or healed by one donor. Okay. Now, next burning question will be, I will shoot it to Divina.
Yes, Prof.
Organ donation is against my religion. Does Islam permit organ donation?
Thank you, Prof. And hello, everyone. So the topic of religion and race is a very sensitive topic which should be treated carefully in a multiracial country such as Malaysia. So all the major religions in the world, such as Islam, Hinduism, Christianity, Buddhism, and Sikhism, endorse organ and tissue donation as the ultimate act of charity and benevolence. They not only support organ donation as an individual right, but encourage it as an act of generosity and compassion. Most countries, including Malaysia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, and Singapore, allow and encourage Muslims to pledge and donate their organs. However, this also depends on individual preference as well. For instance, as I have been speaking to a few people in my community regarding organ donation, let's say for Hinduism, people fear that something will happen to them once they decide to pledge their organs. However, this is a superstitious belief, and this depends on each individual's understanding of their religion, of their personal opinion. However, major religions do allow and encourage organ donations in Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Divina. There's also a side question to it. Can someone donate if they pass away at home? The answer is yes. They can still donate, but only their eyes, that is the cornea. The donation can take place at their home or in the funeral homes. This is just a side track. Okay. Next, we'll move on to the next myth which was posted to me. Pravina, I am under 18. I am too young to make this decision.
All right.
What is your take?
Yeah. So thank you so much, Prof, for the myth again. Coming back, so if you are registered to become an organ donor at younger than the age of 18, you have to note that the decision, the final call, is made by their parents or your legal guardian. So if you wish, if you're age younger than 18, you have to discuss your wish to become an organ donor with your family, and also ask for the consent, because they are responsible for the final decision. And keep in mind that children too are in need of organ transplant. So they usually need organs which are much smaller than those an adult can provide. So in a case where a child have passed away, the parent or the legal guardian of the child will be approached to ask if they would like to donate their child's organ if they are deemed fit. In a case where parents or the guardian of the minor below the age of 18 have pledged their child's organs, even though the minor is not fully acceptable of the decision, the minor, please note that the minor can choose to opt out of the organ donation once he or she have reached the age above 18. as they are deemed to have the mental capacity to make a sound decision. So it's not necessarily once the parents have made the call to pledge the organs for their child before the age of 18, they don't need to agree to the decision. They still can opt out in this case. So always remember that no individual can force another to pledge their organs. With that, thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, one of the tagline for today's topic is debunking is actually, there is a caption, change the ending to someone's story. Now, coming to the age, the youngest diseased tissue owner in Malaysia, you will not believe, was only 25 days old. It's the youngest. Just an infant, 25 days old, have donated in Malaysia. Okay. We move on to the next question, which I received. Tilak, maybe I pose this question to you. An open casket funeral isn't an option for people who have donated organs or tissues. Okay, what is your take on this?
Okay, so this is another big myth, because people feel that the body is too dismembered or it's not fit for an open casket funeral because people can see the signs and the marks from the organ donation. But what we have to understand is that the process of organ donation, so basically when they touch the body, it's the same process as like a surgery. So the stitches are done just like in a surgery, and afterwards the body will be closed up. So the deceased patient will have clothes on, and therefore it will not be visible. Most of the scars will not be visible, and there will be almost no signs of the organ donation taking place, just minor scars, which are very similar to surgery. So it's not that something radical has taken place that is very different from what the surgery aims to achieve. So in this case, open casket is no problem in organ donation, open casket funeral.
Okay, thank you, Tilak. Pravina, I'm too old to donate. Nobody would want my organs.
All right. Okay. So I guess this is also one of the common myth. So please note that there's no defined cutoff age for the for donating organ. Here's a fun fact where in Malaysia there was a tweet made by our health minister that the oldest donor in Malaysia was at the age of 74. So by no means age is not a factor to determine whether you can proceed to donate or not to donate. So the decision to use your organs is based strict on medical criteria, not the age. Don't prematurely disqualify yourself. So let the doctor decide at the time of your death, whether your organs and your tissues are suitable for transplantation. And with that, I like further elaboration on who can't and can pledge will be discussed shortly by our by other panel members. Thank you, bro.
Okay, thanks, Pravina. Okay, next would be, wow, this is a very common one. Rich and famous people go to the top of the list when they need a donor organ. Maybe I will direct it to Tilak.
Okay, yes, Prof. So this is again a common sort of misconception, because the reason behind this misconception is when celebrities get organs, it makes it to the news very commonly. So, for example, I think those who would know the Tamil actor Rajinikanth, so he received a kidney transplant in 2011. So all of this goes into the news. So people automatically assume, oh, he got a kidney transplant, so he went up the list. But actually, from the medical standpoint, nobody gets preference. So there's no preference for celebrity or for people of higher financial stature. Everyone is basically the same, and it goes by order. So it goes by order of first come, first serve, and it goes according to their priority, irrespective of what socioeconomic background they come from or their status as celebrities.
Okay, thanks, Tilak. Maybe the next question, maybe next turn, maybe Divina. Okay. my family will be charged, meaning to say that they have to pay the hospital bills if I donate my organs.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So in reality, the organ donor's family is never charged for organ donation. The family might be charged for the cost of all final efforts to save the patient's life, and those costs are sometimes misinterpreted by the public as costs related to organ donation. In reality, even the extra tests which are being done on the patient after they pass away prior to organ donation is not charged. So there will not be any monetary there's not any monetary benefits for anyone who donates their organs, or even the hospitals who take the organs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, okay. I'm too old or too young to donate. Divina?
Okay. So actually, anyone young and old alike can sign up to be a donor. For instance, if you're below 18, you'll need the consent of your parents and legal guardians. And if you're above 18, you can consent on your own. There is no cutoff age for donating your organs. But however, if you want to go into the question of who can or cannot donate your organs, it actually depends on your whether you're medically fit to donate your organs at the time of death. So a group of doctors will certify and say whether the patient is deemed fit to donate the organs. Additionally, people or individuals with mental health issues who do not have the capacity would not be a good candidate to pledge their organs. And that decision will depend on the doctor managing the patient. Thank you.
Next. Tilak probably. Okay, the myth is, my health is not very good. Nobody would want my organs or tissues.
Okay. So this is again from the patient's perspective, but what we should realize is that we should not preempt this. So there are healthcare professionals who can make sound decisions based on a series of guidelines, and they will determine whether the patient is healthy or fit or not to donate an organ. And in many cases, even with diagnosis that you think might be a contraindication to organ donation is still possible. For example, in cases of patients who have cancer, for example, in cancer, especially where there's no metastasis, there's been many cases of organ donation being possible at that stage, especially the organs which are not affected. So all of this will be determined by doctors. And then if you look at hepatitis patients, in certain countries, they have guidelines, like in Korea, that a hepatitis patient can donate to another hepatitis positive patient can donate to another hepatitis positive patient, and such guidelines exist. Also, in hepatitis patients, for example, there are cases of organ donation which involve the lung and the heart. So we should not assume that with a certain diagnosis, that should be a direct contraindication to organ donation. Doctors will make safe and sound decisions based on what guidelines they have, and they will follow that. Therefore, no diagnosis is a contraindication until and if and when decided by a medical professional. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilak. Okay, Divina, this is a very common one. You know? Sometimes potential donors are really confused, you know. They're not too sure which organ or tissue to donate, right? So one question was put forward is, I cannot specify which organs or tissues I did like to donate. Davina, can you address that myth?
Okay, sure, Prof. So let's say now a person decides to donate their organs. By checking yes on the donor card or by pledging online, the pledge encompasses all organs, eyes and tissues. But this does not mean the individual can't change the decision, because in Malaysia, after passing away of the donor, the next of kin will be asked whether they agree for that organ donation. So in this instance, what the pledger can do is that they have to speak to their family and friends or guardians or next of kin who will be closest to them. And they have to specify to their family that, okay, I would just like to donate my eyes alone, or I don't want my kidneys to be donated. So this wish will be respected by the hospital members at the time of organ donation. And also, I just want to add, recently we have started to pledge online, and this pledging can be done through MySejahtera. Further step-by-step process on how to pledge online will be emailed out later in a booklet form. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe these are the questions I received so far. So we'll have some open comments before we go to Q&A. Maybe Pravina, do you like to comment anything? Out of all this myth.
Yeah, I think only thing is like whatever myths that I've discussed, we have discussed earlier, please take into consideration if you have those myths which is holding you back from donating organ, and please do consider in organ donation. And if you have any questions or queries, please be free to ask us during the Q&A feedback. Yeah, that's all from me.
Tilak, any open comments from you?
Yes, Prof. So in any field in life, there will be myths, and it's important that we debunk them so that we can move forward. Just now, Prof said the percentage of people who pledge for organ donation in Malaysia is very low. So that is why such sessions like this are very important. And we hope more and more people in Malaysia will pledge to donate their organs. Now we have a new government, reform is coming. So we should even reform our stance towards organ donation as well, going into the future.
Okay. Thanks, Tilak. Divina?
Thank you, Prof. So actually, based on our forum and what I have spoken to people, I think the biggest thing holding people back is the fear of donating organs, like which is specified in all these myths, what's going to happen to them, what's going to happen to the families. So I think as medical professionals, it's our job to advocate organ donation through education and research whenever we can, to debunk these myths as we go on, to ensure that there's more organ donation in this country to help those in need. Thank you, Prof.
Maybe, Divina, you can add a note on Carmen Mark, who died in Singapore, who was pursuing her nursing studies, and then she passed away. Could you add a note on that?
Okay, yes. So back in 2015, there was this 18-year-old girl called Carmen Mark from Malaysia who was actually studying to be a nurse in Singapore. And she passed away unexpectedly due to atrial venous malformation rupture in 2015, rendering her brain dead. So what happened is that she already pledged the organs before that. So after she passed on, her family members fulfilled her last request to become an organ donor. And thanks to her, her organs were donated to 8 recipients till date. And she is currently, she'll be remembered, and she's living through a lot of people by saving their lives. And her family and her friends and her community actually have taken inspiration from her, and they've also pledged their organs as it's a life-saving thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, from my side, I have a comment. I'd like to introduce something known as opting out system and opting in system. Now, what do you mean by opting out? Opting out is the policy in the country is all individuals in that country are considered as potential donors, whether you sign in or sign out, all straightforward, all. So at the time of that, he is deemed to have a consent for the organs to be removed. So the meaning of opting out would be that individual, before dying, he has to sign that he does not want to donate his organs or tissues. This is known as opting out. If he did not sign, if he did not expressively declare that he doesn't want to donate, he will be considered as a potential donor, and the relatives, no one has any say. Okay, only one country in Southeast Asia has this system, that is Singapore. So in Singapore, if you don't want to donate, you have to opt out and declare you don't want. If you don't do that, you will be considered as a potential donor and organs will be harvested. Malaysia does not follow opting out. Rather, Malaysia follows opting in. Meaning to say that if you want to be an organ donor, you have to fill up the either My Sejahtera or I have a card here, Saya Sudah Berikrar. This is the card. Saya Sudah Berikrar means I have pledged my organs. But nevertheless, even if they find this card in your wallet or in your handbag, it does not mean the hospital will remove the organs. They will always get back to the next of kin or the family members. Now, this is the card we found. And then he has actually agreed to donate his organs and tissues. So the family has the final say. But having known that you already having a donor card, they normally will agree to that. Okay? Probably the family members might modify. Maybe don't remove this organ or that organ. That's about it. Okay? Now with this, I'd like to open the floor for Q&A. Okay, come, you can ask some questions. Our Perdana students are all camped in SAC, all observing you all. Prof. HMP and Joy are monitoring our session. So any questions from our students from Sraman Academic Center? They are the Senior Cycle 2 and we have Pediatric also Senior Cycle 1. All are room there observing. Joy, any questions from the students? HMP? Joy? Anyone there? Someone is there. Christine? No, I think no. Okay then. So with this session, I would like to thank the panel members, 3 of you, Divina, Tilak, and Pravina, for the session we had actually. And
there's a question, bro. Sorry. There's a question in the chat.
Okay. Please read the question. I can't read from here. Read the question.
So the question is, do you know if there is an organ donor office in Hospital Kuala Lumpur? Oh, yeah. Question is addressed to you.
Who wants to take? If cannot, I will answer.
The question is from Dr. Isriyanti.
From?
Dr. Isriyanti. Dr. Yanti.
Oh, Yanti. Okay. Thanks, Yanti. Yes, there is an office there. Like in Seremban, Hospital Seremban is in the 5th floor by the side of ICU, right? Now, initially it is known as a top team, meaning to say that tissue organ procurement, top team actually. So every hospital has this facility where you can just walk in and be a donor. You can pledge your organs. In Hospital KL, yes, it is there, but I do not know the location. But definitely, I have been the state chairman for tissue organ procurement. I was the chairman. I was also a member of this organ donation in Malaysia as a national, one of the members in the national team. I definitely know that in Hospital KL, it is there. Okay, you just need to go to the counter and find out where is the organ donation department, and they will direct you. Thank you, Yanti. I have already pledged my organs, all my organs and tissues, just to let you know. And I pledged many, many years ago, because to be the chairman for the state organ donation, in the first place, I have to be a donor first. So I became a donor. Then only they accepted me as the chairman. Okay, if there are no more, any questions coming up? No, okay. I would like to thank all the panel members, okay, for working very hard and answering all these questions. And I'd like to thank the viewers who are actually viewing our Students Forum. And it's so nice that it is coming from our Perdana University RCSI, this forum. Thank you very much indeed. Have a great day. Continue listening to our talks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just wait till we mute this microphone. And now that can be a nightmare when you are submitting to different journals and they've got different submission criteria and different referencing format. And Valley is going to be telling you about this fantastic free software that we've got access to, but also other types of software as well. So, for example, before we get all into this, I used to use EndNote an awful lot, which was a fantastic software, but paid for. So Valley is going to introduce some different topics. So just before we go on, I'll go on to that then. So my name is David. I'm a psychologist in Perdana. I'm a research-based academic. And this is Prof. Valley, who is the head of research here. Do you want to say anything before we start?
Thank you, Dr. David, for the nice introduction. So as Dr. David mentioned, so the main ultimate idea of this workshop is to brief about the referencing and importance about referencing. I think Dr. David has got enormous amount of experience, and his publications matters a lot. So he has got a lot of experience in publishing, and then we felt he's the right person to give a kind of a brief about the importance of referencing. And once it has been done, I will take over on the simulation part of using a reference tool. That's it from me. So Dr. David can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Valley. So yeah, of course, most people here knows the importance of referencing and know the ideas behind it. However, it's important that we do go over this at the start. So of course, the reason most of us will reference It can be in your introduction. It can be anywhere. It can be for your reference section. It can be in your discussions. They are essentially an acknowledgement that you have used the ideas and written material belong to other authors in your work. And this could also include your own work as well. I mean, a lot of times we will self-cite as well, where we're referencing the ideas we've done in previous papers and the current paper. And again, for a thesis, it's incredibly important. So references and referencing and references signify the quality of the work and the detail, the primary sources, which are indicative of the extent of the information on the subject. So you're highlighting that there is a reason of why you're saying something. There's a reason why you're doing something. It's not a personal opinion. We see it a lot with our undergraduate students, that they'll put across personal opinion into their reasoning for including certain measures or including certain arguments. So it's important to highlight why and where these reasonings come from. So, of course, also it removes the idea of plagiarism as well. We see plagiarism an awful lot in our work. We see plagiarism a lot when we're marking students' work. So again, it's so that any ideas are referenced correctly to the source that it is due. And of course, any manuscript is scrutinized several times before the thesis is accepted or the paper is accepted. So of course, during that scrutinization, you do look at references and ensure that those references are accurate, that they are saying and defending the point that you're making. When we go through different styles of references, we'll mention them briefly soon. We talk about the attention of detail that's required, where every single comma is important, every single bracket is important, full stop is important, the way that we may put a DOI is important. If we have the full website address, or if we just do DOI ... equals using the semicolon. Or using a colon, sorry. So it's very important that we give a good attention to detail. If we're trying to publish something and it takes a while to be published, a lot of the times we'll have to change referencing format, move from say APA, which I'm most used to, into say Harvard. So it's very important that we look at these different versions and different formats that's included. So of course, as I mentioned, it's the acknowledgements important, it's moral and it's ethical of why we have accurate referencing. Also, there is an aspect of patchwork plagiarism we see an awful lot in academia. Patchwork plagiarism is when things are knitted together like a patchwork quilt of different sources, and we need to accurately identify where those wordings have came from, where those ideas have came from. It's not necessarily your idea, it's where they are coming from. And of course, so that if any interested reader wants to go deeper into a conversation, then we can go into the actual reference section, see exactly where the text is, and take it from there. So I myself, I'm a psychologist. Most of the time we use APA. Some journals don't. I was trying to go back through my own paper list and see where exactly I publish and the details that will come from. Most are APA, some aren't. So I'm only going to use APA as an example here. Now, when we are publishing, when we are writing, there's many different forms our referencing takes. We can, of course, reference when it's in text, and these examples here are in text citations. We can use different forms of referencing. So when it's either in parentheses or it's in a narrative form. So on the screen just now, you can see the same kind of references over whatever category it's in. For example, you've got Harris in the brackets, and then you've got Harris outside of the brackets. Now, this is a very easy one to do. And if you were just using a manual form of referencing, it's very simple. When you get into the multiple authors, it's when it really gets tricky. When you have to use Italia, which means and others in Latin, and you need to use etal as we abbreviate it as, it gets a lot more tricky. Some reference style will have it of 3 authors. Some reference style will have it as more. So if we were, say, to try to publish in a different journal, we would need to change all the way through and every single in-text citation. So you can see on the screen here, there's various different forms, and we'd need to edit each form and each citation in a different way. So just seeing it in some text, we've seen this before, but just to highlight the different forms, we can see here, of course, the Chendine and correct one. If that was used again, it would use Italia or Ital after the first use of it. Okay. So there's various different types of citation styles and the way we can do it. I would probably use the ones on the right. So I would use APA, Oxford, Harvard, or Vancouver. Most of the times would be APA. But I think I might have published with Chicago before, I'm not sure. But of course, being a non-medical person myself, is probably very different to what the listener will probably use. But it's very important to see how each reference style changes. You can get papers rejected. You will lose marks for your dissertations and your theses if you mischaracterize your references and do them incorrectly. And that's why it's very useful. My friend here will be going on to soon and talking about software that can make your life a lot easier. So just going back, we mentioned in-text references. This might be quite small on your screen. However, here you can see the different forms of your references within the reference section in terms of you need to make sure things are aligned correctly. The justification is correct, the double spacing is correct. Also note that when to use a period, the period's not used after DOI and APA, for example. I think actually the most common, this is maybe a little bit outdated, where some journals won't have TTPS before the DOI. It's an awful lot of detail that's required to make accurate reference section. I remember when I did my Masters of Research Methods and I was a student, we were given a sheet and asked to record the references and asked to see how many would be accurate. And I don't think anyone in the class made them correct. And that was after getting a good grade at undergraduate. We were brought into the MSc to see if we could do that. And it was impossible. And the reason was detail, accuracy. Okay, so just again, we can see just some brief examples of the detail that is required within each area of the reference. I'll just move on a little bit quicker because I know Vali will have some information that's very relevant to you. Again, when we go on to the different types of references, now, of course, this is just in with the one category of a style of referencing. But remember, we've got online research, online news articles, we've got print newspaper articles, magazines, journal articles, theses. All of these are very particular and very accurate that's needed to get a publication or to, of course, have your thesis. So there's a huge amount of change within the one style that's required. And if you were to change style, that means changing every individual reference. Some people do, and some people are happy doing this. I've done it sometimes, and I sometimes move over to a program that's called EndNote that will be mentioned later. But for now, it's important to keep your eyes open to different styles of referencing and different styles of software. And that is what my friend over here will be talking about now. So I'll pass over to Vali, who's going to take you from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. David. So I think Dr. David has predominantly covered the importance of referencing and what is the use and how it is being referred in thesis and publications and then in various blogs. So it has actually saved my life. Thank you, Dr. David. So as he said, the main role now we are looking on is how to apply these referencing in our thesis. So I believe many participants over here are academicians. So you all know the value of referencing. Even there is a comma missing, even there is a parenthesis, a bracket has been missing. For example, the page number cannot be PAGE, it should be P.N.O. So N.O. So even the dot matters a lot. What happens if we don't do it? If we don't do it properly, the publishers or the dissertation doesn't capture our citation and then we lose our H index value. So ultimately, we are trying to make it with complete accuracy. Manually, yes, we can do it. Like my friend David has been doing that manually for some time. Because he's so, so clever, I would say. It's not easy to do anything manually because a publication can have like 40 citations. So 40 citations means 40 in-text citations and then 40 referencing. So all to combine together, you have to spend at least a half a day. How long you spend?
A while.
Half a day.
A while.
Okay. So, some people, yes, they do it out, but we have some mechanism. We have some software to do it out. So today we are trying to focus. These are available softwares, what you can see in screen. Mendeley, Zotero, EndNote, RefWork, Citations Wide. These are all available softwares, and a few of them are licensed. That is, they charge, and then few are open source. So it depends upon you. We are not trying to brand any one particular software, trying to promote any one software. It's purely on convenience and giving my experience to you all. I have got like many rejections and bounces when I used to submit publications like 15 years back, I used to wonder what is going wrong. Because of reference, I used to get it back. It's not been properly done. The way of what we write. So we just do a cut, copy, paste. I just cut from here and I put over here. So I used to get a lot of rejections. That is when there was a necessity to learn what is the right tool. And then we found something, and end of the day, Microsoft has got an EndNote. It's completely free. All of you have got Windows, will have Microsoft Word. That plugin, there is an EndNote is available completely. So, so this particular workshop, what you're trying to convey here is not and promote any particular software, but mainly, which has been, you can see in the screen, it's free and it's also available. It can be integrated to your MS Word as well as to any of your Word documents. You have got Keynote in Mac. So all those things can be integrated. So we are focusing more into Mendeley. It's a free software. So the process of it, how to download and then how to use it, how to cite it, and how to use referencing is what I'm trying to demonstrate here. So before that, a quick, just to add like what Dr. David said, just to add, like the differences of in-text citation, references, and bibliographies. This is something that you all should understand. In-text citation, you can see the picture, which comes in your thesis, it comes in your publication in the paragraph. When I have a paragraph, then I just quote in parentheses the in-text citation, that is in text. Then in my last section of my thesis, I have references, which you can see that in the right corner, you can see it out. This is the references part of it. And then the bibliography. So bibliography and reference is always a conflict. So should I use bibliography or references? So please check with your publisher what they demand. In a PhD doctoral thesis, it's always reference. Reference should have the in-text citation. In-text citation, reference should always be equal. It should be exactly the same. That is, if somebody quotes David in the in-text citation, it should be referred in the reference section. But bibliography is not like that. Bibliography is where all I have collected the information. It could be from the President Biden. He's giving a talk. I'm taking from there. So it need not be cited, but I have to mention the source in bibliography. So please understand this, whether you need bibliography or references. We are focusing more of reference in this section, in this session. So now, for Mendeley, you have to download the Mendeley software. As I was telling you, it's a free software. You can just go to mendeley.com and then download. There are 5 steps. probably like we will be sharing this video for the people who are requesting. You can just completely again run through the simulation part of it if you are not able to catch up in 15 minutes of time, because our time is limited. The given time for me is like 10 minutes. That's what, that's what, within 10 minutes, I'm not very sure how you will be able to catch it out so that we can roll out the video if you require it in future. But please understand that you have to download Menly software. It's an open software, it's open source from the menly.com. And then you have to create a free login. It's a login like your Facebook, like your LinkedIn. It's a free login. You have to create a login. These two are mandatory. And then ensure to have a free account. And then there is something called Menly Desktop. There are multiple downloads. I'll show you in the website. There are many downloads. They have reference manager. They have got Menly references, many things. So you should download Menly Desktop. The latest version is 1.95. So download Menly Desktop and then Menly Web Importer. What is this also? I'll show you now. And then from there, you should install MS Word plugin. This might look so complicated, but let me just quickly run through. I will just start sharing my screen.
What we can do is, of course, for our students and staff, and indeed if there are members of students or staff from other institutions that are here just now, we can make some kind of brief guide together with these slides so that we can hopefully use this within our institution. So do reach out to probably Bali is your best bet at the RMC, and perhaps we can give this guide that can help you along with the guides that's also available online.
Certainly, absolutely. I agree that. So we can always come back for it. So the website you should be logging is menly.com, MENDLEY.com. So once you go there, actually I have logged in. Let me just log out. So the moment you go to menly.com, you will be able to find the download icon, as you all can see the screen, or you can even create a free account. So you please have to, first of all, your first and foremost work is to download Menly to your computer, be it Mac, be it Windows, whatever it is, you can download. Let me sign in now, because I have my account with Menly. So okay, so as I was telling to you, there are three things to be downloaded. One is the web importer. You all can see I'm using Chrome, and you can see my cursor. Where is it? Once you download web importer, you will be able to find this icon in your Chrome. This is the most important, because this is where you can download the articles from the websites. Because like in a folder, if I keep on adding the PDF, it's very hard for me to manage. So first of all, wherever article I find in internet, I go to sciencedirect.com, I go to elsewhere.com, I go to kind of, Google Scholar, whatever it is. Once I go, if I find a right article, I should be able to download. Downloading a PDF and then saving in a folder is quite cumbersome. So better have a Menly web importer. When you say web importer, it automatically, the icon comes over here. And then you have to pin it. And then once you click, you will be able to download the particular page to your Menly library. So this is number one. And then already I have got the Menly desktop. You all can see this, right? This is my library. So this library is something like a physical library in my house. I have got like 60 theses and then like 45 books I have got. Similarly, this is my e-library, my own library, where I have got thousands of articles, whatever I have gone through. So this can be in my phone as well as in the desktop. So let's say you're traveling, you're on a flight, you want to read an article. If you download, you'll be able to go through it. There is no need to be in a PDF or a Word or HTML, XML, Excel, hardly matters. You find a good article, you have to download to your library, and from library, you can always start reading it out. So this is quite convenient. And the application is available on your smartphone as well. So I have shown you two things now. Have Menly web importer and then a Menly library. That is Menly desktop.
I think also it's quite interesting. This is a very similar setup to what EndNote is. This is almost identical to the program of EndNote, and that costs what, $300 US?
Yes, that's the thing is, like as Dr. David said, EndNote is available, but there's a kind of a cost for it, but it's almost similar. See, the thing is, today we're using Menly, tomorrow there might be a good trend of using Zotero. So we're not trying to promote here Menly here, but the convenience. Today, Menly 1.95 is amazing. It's quite smart as well. So maybe after 1 decade, there might be a chance that Citation Y might be the best software. So at this moment, unanimously, to my knowledge, many researchers use Mendeley.
I used Zotero before. I
Perfect.
used that during my PhD very briefly, and it was quite useful. There was a function that you could move quickly articles from Google Scholar into your Zotero
Into the library, yeah.
and it was very smart and very quick. So it is good, although as Vali mentioned, we're looking at Mendeley just now. It's worthwhile investigating the different styles of the different programs that is out there, and also considering them. And in fact, we could maybe have an event here or some kind of workshop here where we go into more detail. I mean, it'd be worthwhile if the staff particularly reach out to us and let us know if you're up for or interested in having this kind of workshop where we can go into more detail into different ones and see which one might suit different fields and the different researchers.
Sure, we can always think about it. We can have a detailed workshop if required. It's been happening. So now coming to the point, like this is our library. So this is my library. So when you install Mendeley, your library might be empty. So it might be blank because now I have got like 1,000 and 1,044 articles inside it. So whatever I have done, whatever I've gone through, I always download. So first of all, let me just demonstrate to you how to bring an article to the library. Then I will tell you how to cite it in your Word document. So assuming I go to this website, sciencedirect.com. This is a website and portal from elsewhere. You get all the best articles, but only open access can be downloaded. Unless the institution has got like paid subscription, you can download, or else open access article can be downloaded for free of cost. So I'm typing here in the keywords, supply chain management, and I would like to have some kind of like articles in SCM. So when I scroll down, whatever I find open access, I can download it. For example, the first article, special issue, editorial, logistics and supply chain management is in open access. So I can download this. The second one is a multiple supply chain man perspective, a new way. It is not open access. There is no any kind of an indicator in open access. So if I have to download this, then I should have a paid version. So let's look into the open access article, assuming that I need this one. Okay. Linking green supply chain management practices with the competitors during COVID-19. If I need this article, I click here. So now I click the web importer icon. It's going to ask me which article should I download. There are a list of, because in this particular page, there might be hundreds of citations and articles apart from the main article. The main article is linking green supply management, but this article has got citations inside it. So it's asking me which one should I download? Which one should I need? Which one do I need? So I need the first one. So I click add in my library. So once I click add, it is adding to my library. So I can go to my library now and I'll be able to find it's been added. Recently added, and then I sync. Yes. So what we saw now, the linking green supply chain management, what we saw in the Science Direct, it's come to my library. The Zhang, Pinshu, Gao, Badong, it has come over here. So what happens is when I download an article, the year, the publisher, ISBN number, and then the article, volume number, issue number, everything has come over here. I have got nothing to worry about which issue is it, what is the ISSN number, which journal I have to, nothing to worry. I like the article, I have brought to my library now. So this has been done. This is the first step. So I bring the article to my library. Now, let me just quickly, the final step, I will show you how this can be cited in the Word document.
But the key thing, as Vali said in this up just now, the key thing is if you change the journal that you're submitting to, and if the change of style, of reference style, what happens is the Word document automatically updates with that different style. So it saves you so much time. The reference section changes with depending on which journal you're submitting to, and you can change which style of referencing will come into your Word document.
Absolutely, you're right. Because in the changing of styles, I will just show you now, that's a big complicated work because some journal will ask you APA. In management, many are asking Harvard. And if you're in technology, they might ask you IEEE. IEEE is quite complicated. There is no any in-text. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4 in the document. And the same one should be the reference in the reference section. So it's always complicated. We don't know which is the number 1, number 2. If it is like APA style, our name will be there in the in-text and then easy to relate in the reference section. Whereas IEEE, there is nothing called name. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4 in the brackets in text. So when you change the style, it's a problem, but mainly it's very simple. It's only over a click, you will be able to do everything else. So now imagine I have some content and then I want to cite this article. This particular is being said by Zhang, what we showed now. So in my Word document, once I install Menly, it's going to be here. Menly icon, you'll be able to find the entire plugin will be installed here. So I click Insert Citation, go to Menly, and then I click this, which one I showed, right? The green supply management, and then I say Cite. So it's done. So next, I'll again do one more couple of things. I go here and then Insert Citation, go to Menly, and then I quote this one. Cite. I'll again do one more. I type document and I'm citing it from Menly. Go here, go to Menly, and this one, Cite. It's done. So this is called in-text citation. So in my in-text citation, my body of the content, I can type. Because, you always know, right? It's not right to always cut, copy, paste. So you can paraphrase it out. So you type your document, type your text, and then you can cite. So my citation, my articles are already in the Menly library. So I have bought over here. So now the crucial part is in the reference section. So you have to go to Insert Bibliography and one click. That's it. You got it. You got everything that's over here. This is in APA style. You can choose a style. The APA style is here. For example, if I want IEEE, see, it's only 1, 2, 3, and it has come over here. If I want,
one of the key things is that if you were to move the third citation up to the first citation, then that would mess up if you were doing it manually, the 1, 2, 3. It would change the order of the numbers, which means to change every single one.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you just do update, or there'll be an equivalent of an update,
correct.
and it changes everything, both within text and with your reference section.
Thing is like, Dr. David said, alphabetical order is most important. Sometimes we go chronological order, we go by year wise. So mainly you can always, instruct it clearly. APA 7th edition is always alphabetical. So if you can see the screen, it's very clear. F, J, and then Z has come. So it goes for the alphabetical order. It depends upon the style, whatever you want to use. For example, if I want to use Harvard style, I can go here and click on more styles. And there's a Harvard style available. Use this style. So this is a Harvard style. So now when I change the style, it changes in text as well as in the reference section. Both are being done here. So this is a convenient one, like you doing manually, it might be quite, tedious.
It would take you half an hour to make those changes that you've just done there for every line and every word in the styling.
So it's over a click, everything else. So the same option is available in EndNote, in Zotero, as also in Citations Y. It's always there. But mainly, since it's available, and the most important part, maybe that's my final point to tell you. The reason of using Menly is a software from Elsewhere. Elsewhere is a subsidiary of Scopus. Okay, so make sure that you have an account with Menly so that all your citations can be in Scopus, because Scopus is the one we're looking for H-index. Web of Science H-index, it's more for, like a very generic one. So if you're having a good H-index in Scopus, my friend has got 19 H-index. I always envy him. He has got an amazing publication. He's got 19. We say anything above 4 is a great thing in Scopus. 4 above H-index, you are an equal to a great, like a great researcher is what people claim. He has got 19. So imagine the kind of work is being put. So if your referencing is quite strong. So I'm looking on the software demonstration. Dr. David has explained about the importance of referencing. So you can, for changing of the styles and then for the convenience, for the in-text citation, all those things, Menly is quite comfortable. So with this, I would like to conclude our workshop. So any questions? We'd like to open the floor. Anything else, Dr. David?
There's nothing just now. No.
Yeah. Any questions, please? We'd like to get from the participants.
Dr. Ali?
I have a question here.
Can I? Oh. can I ask a question?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Learning how to do research once more. It was a good refresher. Nice to listen to your talk. In the public sector in Malaysia, sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In the public sector, they usually run like a 2-day workshop on good clinical practice, as well as EndNote workshops. In Malaysian Public Hospital, EndNote has been running this, teaching juniors to write articles. What you have done tells me that a 2-day workshop on whatever you talked in the last half an hour, with details and actually training our students on research and publications, would be the most welcome thing to do. Please consider doing a workshop for students and also teachers.
Absolutely, Doctor. Absolutely. Thanks for that. Thanks for the valuable suggestion. We are looking forward because this is a one-day conference. We like to pack all those things in one day. That's why we have in half an hour of, like 30 minutes of time to, a workshop doesn't go for 30 minutes. We completely agree. We buy your point. 30 minutes on a workshop. It's only a lecture, 30 minutes. Workshop has to be a 2-day. We agree that. But we have to, insert this particular thing in this conference. That's why we had a thing. But we really considered the suggestion what you have given.
Thanks, Anil. Yeah, this is a stimulus. And this is a stimulus for change. So what we need to do now is we need to know the different styles or the different versions of programs that people are using. Find out which is the best. Of course, Vali's talking about Mendeley today. And there may be other ones that are free and very, very good. As I mentioned, I use Zotero and that was good for a period. So we need to get together as a team and discuss which is the best and which ones we can bring into training. There's no point of training in one software that's maybe poorer or people have found problems with. So I think it's probably a good idea to reach out perhaps to the RNC and to give some suggestions or some experiences. And then from there, we can hopefully roll out some training to both our students and our staff. And I mean, myself, I'd be interested in attending that kind of training.
So humble. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Any questions?
Dr. Villa, I have a question. I'm using in particular Zotero in my references. Sometimes, and also follow the APA systems. APA normally gives us the last name and the year, but sometimes it also add the initials, the first and middle initials. So should we amend it, just keep the last name or keep it as it is?
So what's probably happened is it's an error of the input that's coming into EndNote. So I'm going back a few years here from when I used EndNote. But what normally happens in that is an input error, as we'd say, nonsense in, nonsense out into the program. So what to do is the correct styling will always be initials after. If it's come out before, unless of course it's a book. For a book, it changes. So you might want to just double check which type of reference it is, but it's probably an input error into EndNote, and those you can change manually. So I would suggest having a look at the entry that's in EndNote and just seeing if it's an error. If not, then it's maybe the type of reference that you're using, if it's a book versus a journal.
Okay, and just to add one more point, honestly, I have got no idea what kind of comma, bracket, numbers to be used after using Mendeley. I have got no idea. I don't want even to go into that. It's like a waste of time for me is what I consider. I have to focus on my research and my analysis part. So for your question, thanks, Dr. David answered, like to his knowledge. But the point is, I have no idea what is required because APA says comma should be there, year should come in the first, and then surname should be the last, and then the first name should be the first. These are a lot of complications. They have got their own style. So let us not go and see which is right or wrong. We just have to follow the styles. So these styles already inside a system, already it is there in the software. Our work is to insert the bibliography, insert the references, and then keep move forward. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir, that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Wali, and thank you, David. What I normally do is I look at the journal, what is the requirement, how they want the referencing to be done. As simple as, for example, the referencing, the digital referencing, the numbers before the full stop or after the full stop, as simple as that. I just follow what they require in that particular journal. I just follow, that's my style. Coming to plagiarism, I'm not too sure whether it's part of your forte. Generally, very similar form of a text, they allow up to 15%. Okay, of course, we have a plagiarism check. We have a CD for that. Okay, fine. Do they give allowance to have plagiarism beyond 15%? Okay, and if so, how do you think what type of an acceptability they allow beyond 15%? Or is it still that 15% is still enforced?
It depends what you're talking about. So, for example, I remember marking papers that had up to 40% plagiarism as a marker. And most of that was on references and instructional material that was included into the text. So I think it's a case-by-case basis. Now, this is slightly different to what we're talking about today because we're only talking about research-based reference software. But for in a marking situation, an awful lot of times your references will come up into the marking, which will boost that percentage up. So I think it's a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, David.
And just to add one more point, I was actually attending one of the MQA session. I was being told plagiarism should be always 0%. Yes. Not a 15%. So they said a word called similarity index. Similarity index 15% agreed. So plagiarism is 0% always. I was trying to argue with the officer, why we have 20%, 5%. Then he said, no, you're wrong. It should be 0% plagiarism.
You are right. You are absolutely right. It's similarity. No?
It's called similarity index. We will do that. We will do a complete session. If David allows, we'll work on a complete session for, we have softwares for plagiarism as well. We'll completely work on it, but this is more into reference.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. That was great.
Thank you. Any questions, audience? Thank you. So thank you. So we'll end up here. Thank you, Dr. David, and thanks to all the participants for being in the workshop. And it's a final session of the day, so we completely understand how tired you all are going to be. So thank you for attending and being
very much
and being tolerant and patient as well. Thank you. So I just pass on to Datoshri to have an awards announcements and then to the closing address. Thank you.
Okay, good evening to all of you. Okay, we have another session on award announcement and closing address. Now, regarding the award announcement, the juries are actually has been crisscrossing. So what they're going to do is they're going to look at the video recording, the abstract, the way they present, and the way they answered the Q&A and so on and so forth. So the juries will be individually looking at all the presentation of the various students from the various universities, and then hopefully give us about a week time. Maybe by Friday, the winner will be announced by email, and also it will be on the website. Okay, all right. Thank you. Now, the last event of the day would be closing ceremony. So I have with me Zaleha, Zalina, the registrar of PERDANA University. So I'll hand over the floor to her. She will give you the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PERDANA University, I take this opportunity to thank all the participants of PERDANA Conference, University Conference 2022. It was a grand event indeed, with 20 diversified papers, including a student forum, special lecture, and workshop. The conference was well packed, and today we are receiving positive feedbacks from students. Few of our participants have expressed the duration being short. However, since this is one-day conference, we have to follow the protocols. Nevertheless, we shall assure a bounce back with more space at our upcoming conferences. I am glad by the Association of the European Center of Peace and Development, ECPD, who took the effort to be part of this conference from the inception of IDEA. We thank Prof. Liana and her colleagues who presented the valuable papers today. All the participants will be receiving e-certificate from our Research Management Center shortly, and I think for the CPD points, the medical practitioners will get their points after scanning the QR code, will be shortly in the screen until 5:15. And for the health track research papers, it will be published at our journal, PERDANA International Journal of Health and Sciences, which is indexed Google Scholar and Crossref. I would like to take this moment to thank our Pro-Chancellor, Tan Sri Dr. Mohan Swami, our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Farouk Abdullah, our Executive Directors, members of Board of Governors, our staff at PERDANA University, and last but not least, the Organizing Committee of PERDANA University Conference 2022 for making this conference a grand success. Our next conference will be announced, and we will be hosting a series of conferences in 2023. So stay tuned with our updates. With this, I officially close the PERDANA University Conference 2022. Thank you all.
Lijian Makovic.
Right. That one is just for doctors. No, cannot. It's like once you got a license, right? And if you want to renew your license.